Chapter 2549. World of Strange Flames. After entering, an indescribable feeling arose spontaneously, making Lin Ling feel as if he had returned to his hometown. Flame's home. Flame World. This was a fragment of Flame World. In the past, the Flame World was extremely famous in the primal chaos. The martial artists there were only slightly weaker than the martial god world. Unfortunately, in the primordial era there was an earth-shaking war. The water god and fire god clashed, causing the Flame World to shatter. Countless fragments formed a new world, and some fragments entered an independent void. I hope that my fire talent can increase here. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He found that the time steel was restless. It was as though he had returned to his mother's embrace. The time steel was one of the first flames in the universe. He was naturally excited to come to Flame World. Crackle. What entered his eyes was the lava continent. These flames were scarier than he had imagined. There were many types. Lin Ling even saw the yellow spring flame. Lin Ling had comprehended the path of fire since he was young and had refined many flames. However, there were more strange flames here than Lin Ling had imagined. It was even Lin Ling's first time seeing many strange flames. The continent was vast and boundless, and its colors varied from light to dark. In fact, even the flames in the distant lands were blood red. The deeper he went, the more extraordinary the flames were. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward. Boom 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 boom. At the same time, purple flames shot into the sky from the ground ahead. These were purple flames. Ling Xiao flames. Lin Ling recognized these flames. They were strange flames of a grade 1 Shen body. Swallow them. Lin Ling rushed forward and appeared in the middle of the purple flames. His second dantian started to crazily absorb the flames. Lin Ling's time fire was of a higher level. The purple flames did not dare to resist as though they had seen the ancestor of fire. They were absorbed by Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling's time fire was also increasing in level. His second dantian was also increasing in level. Using the power of the purple flames, my first dantian also increased in level. Lin Ling was undoubtedly very excited. The Flame World fragment was really a treasure ground. No wonder so many people wanted to enter here. Pa pa pa. With the help of the purple flames, Lin Ling's spacetime flame was actually getting closer and closer to the third grade awakened divine body. But gradually the purple flames didn't have much effect. There are more heavenly flames in the depths. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he rushed forward. He only had 1 year to cultivate in the Fire Dao system, so he definitely had to race against time to cultivate. Rumble. Tongues of fire gushed out from the ground in front of him. Dragon-shaped flames soared into the sky and interweaved continuously. It was a ghastly sight. Reverse dragon fire. This was a second-grade Shen body. If it was placed in the rainforest's sacred ground, it would be enough to make countless martial artists of the Fire Martial Dao fight for it. Haha, swallow. However, when these dragon-shaped flames met Lin Ling, they immediately submitted and were crazily absorbed by Lin Ling. Boom. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's first dantian increased in strength, reaching the 9th stage of the World King realm. As for the reverse dragon fire, it gradually lost its effect. But Lin Ling was very satisfied because his second dantian seemed about to rise in boundary. Thus he continued onward. But the further he went, the more martial artists began to appear in the flames. They were the second generation of Radiant Academy. Below a mountain range, black flames roared into the sky. Several figures were bathed in the flames, slowly increasing their strength. These black flames were called Sun-Eclipsing Heaven Absolute Flames. It was a specialty of the southern border and also a talent that fused darkness and fire together. These flames were clearly more precious, but they were also more helpful to fire attribute martial artists. Newcomer, get out of my way. At this time a cold shout sounded out. It was clear that these fire attribute geniuses were unhappy with newcomers because they were also fighting over their fire attribute cultivation resources. Gene Faming is cultivating and someone actually dares to join him. They are simply seeking death. Gene Faming is the third-ranked genius of the fire attribute second generation. When it comes to playing with fire, who dares to provoke him? Aren't there several people beside Gene Faming? How come they can cultivate together with Gene Faming? Many geniuses were watching from a distance. Although they also wanted to enter the black flames to cultivate, they had to wait for Gene Faming and the others to leave first. This was an unwritten rule. If a powerhouse was cultivating and they didn't want to be disturbed, then they had to get out unless they were stronger than them. Those people have quite the background. One of them is a member of the Heavenly Court, and the other is from the Flying Dragon organization. In addition, they have curried favor with Jin Faming, so Jin Faming will definitely not chase them away. Someone immediately said. Many geniuses nodded in agreement. Heavenly Court and the Flying Dragon Organization both had illustrious reputations. If there wasn't anything important, ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. It looks like we can only wait for Jin Faming to finish cultivating before we can swallow the sun-eclipsing heaven absolute flames. Some other geniuses shook their heads and sighed. Then they looked at the newcomer, thinking that he would come to their side. However, they were surprised. The newcomer didn't seem to hear Jin Faming's words and directly flew into the sun-eclipsing heaven absolute flames. At this moment, Jin Faming and the other flame geniuses frowned. Sir, don't you understand human language? A flame appeared in the hand of one of the handsome young men. He played with the flame and said indifferently. This person was an assassin from the Flying Dragon Organization. Unlike other assassins, he didn't like to hide his identity. He directly announced his identity as an assassin, which made many people in the second generation wary of him. The newcomer was Lin Ling. He stared at the sun-eclipsing heaven absolute flames and couldn't help but laugh. He had a feeling that if he swallowed these flames, his second dantian would also be upgraded. Laughing? The flame in the handsome young man's hand roared and soared into the sky. It actually turned into a flame storm. Because Lin Ling was actually ignoring him? Don't do the same thing 3 times. I don't want to say the same thing 3 times. His voice was as hot as the flames, domineering and magnificent. At this moment, Lin Ling finally looked over and shook his head. He didn't say anything and punched out. Crackle crackle. After reaching the 9th level of the World King realm, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased. His fist seemed to burn through the void. Bang. The handsome young man didn't think that Lin Ling would attack so suddenly. He was sent flying backwards by the powerful strength, rushing out of the sun-eclipsing heaven absolute flames. In fact, even if Lin Ling had warned him, he still might not have been able to block Lin Ling's attack. Ping ping ping. The handsome young man rolled on the ground like a sandbag, finally smashing into the distance. He stared at Lin Ling with horror. He discovered that Lin Ling was extremely strong. Who was this person? He could be considered a famous person amongst the second generation, but he had never seen Lin Ling before. In fact, Lin Ling had repelled Genji not too long ago. Only those present at the time knew about this. There weren't many of these flame system geniuses that knew about this. You drove him away? Chapter 2550. The Tao of Fire was rising crazily. He wanted to chase me away, so I chased him away. Lin Ling turned his head and smiled. Ah. The young man was stunned, and so was the genius named Jin Faming. Just because of such a simple reason? We were here first and you chased him away as soon as you arrived. Don't you think you're too arrogant? Jin Faming walked out of the flames with his head lowered, as if a flame god had arrived. Seeing this, the faces of the crowd in the distance turned solemn. Jin Faming, who was ranked 3rd in the Tao of Fire, seemed to be angry. Of course, this was normal. If one wanted to cultivate in the eclipse sky extinction flames, they would need Jin Faming's permission. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. Is this your home? However, Lin Ling sneered. Although it's not my home, there are unwritten rules everywhere. Jin Faming's eyes turned even colder, causing Lin Ling to smile and shake his head. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. You two get lost. He took a step forward and the flames of time burst out. Within the flames, rolling fire fists descended. You're courting death. Jin Faming's eyes narrowed, and he also burst out his own Tao of Fire. It turned into the Pride of Flames and collided with Lin Ling. Unfortunately, no matter if he was ranked 3rd or 1st in the Tao of Fire, he was still not enough to face the top genius of the second generation. Lin Ling did not intend to provoke anyone when he came here to cultivate because he was going to continue moving forward. However, who knew that Jin Faming would chase him away? Therefore, Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. Let's see who will chase who away. Boom. The collision of the 2 types of flames caused a violent explosion. In the next moment, Jin Faming was sent flying backward with colorful flames and smashed into a distant place. Jin Faming was also chased away? The hearts of the geniuses in the distance trembled. As for the remaining person in the eclipse sky extinction flames, he was from the Heavenly Court. He looked at Lin Ling in horror. I'm Fu Gaohan from the Heavenly Court. Brother, can you give me some face? Heavenly Court? Lin Ling smiled. If Jin Faming didn't provoke him, he wouldn't have bothered with him. But people from the Heavenly Court? Even if the other party did not provoke him, Lin Ling did not intend to let him go. You two scram. Taking a step forward, The surging aura caused the sun-obliterating heavenly flames to turn into a tornado. Within the flames, a fist struck towards Fu Gaohan. This guy. The geniuses who were watching from afar were all in disbelief. Who was that person? He was actually so tyrannical, daring to provoke every single one of the powerful fire attribute geniuses. Bang bang bang. Within the flaming tornadoes, Fu Gaohan of the heavenly court was blasted away and smashed into a distant place. Come in and try again before I finish devouring. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's domineering voice drifted out, causing Jin Faming and the other two to be enraged. However, there was nothing they could do. In the short clash before, they immediately knew that Lin Ling's strength was simply unfathomable. Most importantly, they had never heard of such a character before. There weren't many famous geniuses in the fire attribute. They knew each other, but they had never seen such a character before. Crackle crackle. At this moment, Lin Ling was devouring the sun-obliterating heavenly flames. His cultivation realm was also rising. His second Dantian had entered the 8th stage of the World King realm. His Chaos Divine formula was extremely heaven-defying. As long as he used precious cultivation resources, he could refine any treasure. Let's go further. Then Lin Ling excitedly smiled. He grasped the time and shot forward. This guy finished devouring so quickly? Seeing Lin Ling disappear, many fire attribute geniuses exclaimed. Because the refining speed was fast, this meant that Lin Ling's fire attribute talent was very high. And their guess was correct. Although Lin Ling's spacetime flame was only 2nd grade, his spacetime divine steel could be said to be the first flame ancestor's existence. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? Could he be a new rising 2nd generation? That's the only explanation. But in these past few years, there have been many rising 2nd generation geniuses. I just don't know who he is. We'll know who he is sooner or later. Jin Faming and the others stared into the distance. At the beginning they were very resentful towards Lin Ling, but now that resentment had gradually diminished. The reason was that Lin Ling was too strong. So strong that they didn't dare to easily resent or provoke him. Whoa. Lin Ling was like a dragon crossing a river. He crazily rushed forward. Along the way he devoured several types of strange flames, causing his awakened divine body to get closer and closer to the 3rd grade. Gradually, the level of the flames in front of him became even higher. They had actually reached the 8th grade of the mystic body. There were many people around, but there weren't many people devouring flames. This was because they had reached their limit. So, they were slowly refining on the side and watching the only person devouring. As expected of Ji, the 2nd-ranked genius of the fire attribute. Not only is he ranked 2nd in the fire attribute, his overall strength is ranked 18th among the 2nd-generation geniuses. Other than the number 1 in the fire attribute, no one can stop his pride. Wow! So handsome. Wow! The young geniuses all around were talking. Among them there was no lack of women. At this moment, they were looking at the figure in the flames with admiration. That figure stood there quietly looking up at the sky. He stretched out his hand as if he was enjoying something, and there was a deep look in his eyes. What was even more frightening was that white snow was falling from the sky. It fluttered down, adding a touch to the artistic conception. It was snowing in the flames. This young man's ability was not simple. Of course, his aloofness and loneliness were fatal to some women. The flames around him were beast flames. At this moment, they all transformed and roared at the young man, but the young man was indifferent. These beast flames were called void-piercing morning soul beasts. According to legend, they were strange flames that were born in the body of the realm-swallowing beast. Everything related to the realm-swallowing beast was extremely mysterious and powerful. However, at this moment, a figure quickly shot down from the sky and appeared in the void-piercing morning soul beast flames. Who is that? Chi. At this moment, many geniuses' eyes lit up. However, they did not care too much. After all, devouring beast flames was something that everyone had a chance to do. That Ji was not a very domineering person. He would not chase people away. The person who came was Lin Ling. He glanced at the young man who controlled the snow flames. He was a little surprised, but he did not pay much attention to him. He also began to devour the beast flames. If he was not mistaken, that young man had a 4th grade awakened godly body, snow floating in flames. It was extremely powerful. A 2nd grade awakened godly body? At the same time, the young man finally looked at Lin Ling, but he shook his head. A 2nd grade awakened godly body was indeed not bad. Unfortunately, in front of the strongest genius in the fire attribute, its brilliance dimmed a lot. He guessed that in about 3 incense sticks worth of time, the young man would definitely leave this place. The crowd in the distance also had the same thought. After all, there was no lack of third-grade awakened godly bodies, but they could only last for one day in the beast flames. Chapter 25:51. Devouring beast fire. Flames are alive. They have their own souls. If you want to refine these beast flames, you must at least find their souls and listen to their lives. At this time Ji, who was not far away, suddenly spoke, which made Lin Ling frown slightly. He glanced around and found that Ji was talking to him, because there were only the two of them inside the beast flame. You don't agree? Noticing Lin Ling's frown, Scorch indifferently said. He spread open his arms and snowy flames still drifted down from the sky. It was extremely beautiful. Agreed. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. That's good. Try your best to listen to their lives. Perhaps you'll be able to benefit greatly from it. Of course, before you can no longer hold on, if you haven't succeeded, you should leave this place. This doesn't mean that your talent and willpower are insufficient. It just means that you and Yan's good fortune has yet to reach its peak. The smile on the young man's face was breathtaking. Lin Ling nodded and continued to cultivate. That guy is so lucky. He actually got Ji to instruct him. Yeah, when we were cultivating in the beast fire, Scorch didn't remind us. What a lucky guy, but Scorch is so handsome and approachable. Compared to Scorch, that guy is like the light of a firefly. Looking at the two people in the beast fire, the geniuses in the distance discussed. They were a little jealous of Lin Ling because Lin Ling had received guidance from Ji. Boom. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound rang out, causing the beast flame to boil and roar continuously. What happened? Many people's expressions changed drastically. Only now did they realize that the ordinary-looking young man seemed to have changed. His aura was growing stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lin Ling almost roared at the sky. His space-time flame had finally reached the level of a third-grade awakened godly body. In fact, he even discovered that his ultimate flame Dao had reached the true realm of Dao. You actually improved your talent? Perceiving Lin Ling's change, Scorch let out a cry of surprise. Lin Ling's second-grade awakened godly body was considered very ordinary in the flame system, but such a talent could also be promoted in the beast fire, and even faster than Scorch. This made Scorch surprised. Furthermore, the aura that was born from Lin Ling's body actually affected the snow flame in his hand, causing the drifting snow to quietly melt. He felt as if he had encountered the ultimate fire Dao. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. You left? Could it be that you've completely swallowed the beast fire? Ji exclaimed again. To be able to leave this place, one must have reached his limit. Secondly, after devouring the beast fire, he would be able to go even deeper. And Lin Ling was walking forward. This meant that Lin Ling had completely swallowed the beast fire. Yeah. Facing Scorch's surprise, Lin Ling did not hide anything. How is that possible? I've been swallowing the beast fire for 6 months and you've just arrived. Scorch was even more surprised. The arrogance on his face disappeared, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. It's just a beast fire. If I waste too much time here, then this fragment of the flame world would be wasted. Moreover, I've swallowed more than 3,000 types of strange flames along the way. This beast fire is the one that consumes the most time. Lin Ling waved his hand with Scorch behind his back and said casually, Not even 3 incense sticks worth of time? This is the one that consumes the most time? Hearing the ordinary youth's words, the flame system geniuses in the distance narrowed their eyes. He said that he swallowed more than 3,000 types of strange flames. Could it be that he swallowed all the strange flames he encountered along the way? Heavens, this is a collection of strange flames from 10,000 realms. How did he do it? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Because the time to cultivate in the fragment of the flame world was only 1 year, most of them chose the best strange flames to swallow. Swallowing all the strange flames was too much of a waste of time, so no one did it. However, Lin Ling had killed all of them. This was simply unbelievable. Scorch was also dumbfounded. Then shame appeared on his face. Previously, when he was giving pointers to Lin Ling, his tone was like that of a senior. However, this youth who was only a second-grade talent in his eyes had actually succeeded faster than him. This was very ironic. How was he qualified to give pointers? Of course, he could also see that Lin Ling was not a narrow-minded person. After all, if it was someone else, he would have been slapped in the face. Wait, how did you succeed? Scorch's voice became serious. In the flame system, there was only one person that he needed to look up to. It was the number 1 of the flame system, Red Enchantress. Now there was one more. At this moment, Lin Ling wanted to quickly leave this place. However, thinking of Scorch's reminder, he still explained, in fact, some people's talents are not as simple as they appear. Although Ji's reminder was of no use at all, at least he had good intentions in reminding her. Therefore Lin Ling said a word of nonsense to him. Then Lin Ling disappeared in front. Some people's talents are not as simple as they appear? Scorch muttered to himself. Previously, Lin Ling's talent was second grade, so he did not think that Lin Ling could be more powerful than him. However, Lin Ling's words seemed to be telling him that second grade talent was only on the surface. What a strange guy. Scorch shook his head continuously. He could not see through Lin Ling at all. Most importantly, he did not know Lin Ling and had never heard of him. At this moment he could not help but be curious about Lin Ling. So powerful, I thought Scorch was the handsome man in the flame system. That youth doesn't seem weak either. Yes, the feeling he gives me is as mysterious as the blue sky. Those women who worshipped Scorch now recalled everything that had happened to Lin Ling, and they couldn't help but feel their hearts beating wildly. Because in their eyes Lin Ling was too calm. After doing such a miraculous thing, he actually had a calm expression. That kind of calmness was undoubtedly very attractive. Unfortunately, they did not know who Lin Ling was. Without a doubt, today's Fire Dao department was in a great uproar because of Lin Ling. Many people knew that the Fire Dao department had given birth to a mysterious genius. Wherever the Flame World fragment went, it was as if no one was there. And Lin Ling did not know all of this. Even if he knew, he would not care. Previously, he could devour the beast fire faster than Scorch because Lin Ling's Fire Dao talent was the spacetime divine steel. And after cultivating until now, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased. Not only did his 2 Dantian realms increase, even his awakened divine body and ultimate Fire Dao had increased. My current strength is probably invincible in half-step True God realm. In the past, Lin Ling could defeat half-step True God realm experts. Now he was already invincible. And if his strength increased a little more, Lin Ling would have the confidence to defeat a first-level True God. The flames are getting hotter and hotter. Chapter 2552. The Awakening of the Flame Soul. Lin Ling spent a month to cultivate a 9th grade Shen body. Lin Ling spent 3 months to obtain a 10th grade Shen body. Of course, Lin Ling killed all of them. He devoured all of the strange flames that he encountered. In the end, his spacetime fire reached the 4th grade. After breaking through 2 grades, the ancient flame's smell became even stronger. As for the ultimate flame Dao, his true realm of the Dao was becoming more and more stable. However, Lin Ling still hadn't comprehended the blazing heart. After all, Xianxia was an expert in the Dao of lightning and had no experience in the Dao of fire. He could not even compare to Lin Ling. After the 10th level Shen body, the area in front of him became silent. However, the sky and the earth were blood red. This kind of red seemed to be floating in the air. This was a first-grade awakened divine flame. It could be said that if an ordinary martial artist could swallow these invisible flames, then they would be able to obtain a divine light to protect their body. There was no one else here except for one person. It was a woman dressed in a red robe. Her appearance was also very good. Most importantly, she gave Lin Ling a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. At the same time, the woman sitting cross-legged on the ground looked at Lin Ling with surprise in her eyes. She was the number 1 cultivator of the Fire Dao faculty and possessed a 5th stage awakened divine body. She was the first one to arrive here. And now, another person had arrived? Moreover, it was a person he had never seen before. Red Enchantress. The woman's lips were also blood red. She moved slightly and introduced herself. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Who is Blue Enchantress to you? No wonder he felt that she looked familiar before. It turned out that this woman looked exactly the same as Blue Enchantress. It was just that her clothes and lips were different. You know Sister Lan? The woman was clearly surprised. She's very familiar with Tang Yue, and Tang Yue is under me, so we've met a few times. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hee, so that's how it is. You should be the most monstrous existence in the history of Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling, right? I'm the big sister of Blue Enchantress. The woman nodded in realization. She now knew Lin Ling's background. She continued, of course, your monstrous talent is that your cultivation speed is very fast. That's all. Within the Resplendent Academy, there were countless monstrous geniuses. Each of them had their own unique points. Lin Ling's cultivation speed was extremely fast. Even some of the younger generations had heard of Lin Ling's name. It's just a false reputation. Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently and sat down cross-legged. This is the benevolent wind Immortal fire. Legend has it that in the ancient era before the flame world was destroyed, The benevolent wind immortal died here and left behind this strange fire. It is not easy to swallow these flames. The woman looked at Lin Ling and said, I have been swallowing for half a year. Thank you for your reminder. I think these mystical fires won't be able to stop me. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, then let's wait and see. Hearing this, the woman closed her eyes and took the opportunity to swallow the mystical fires. Lin Ling did the same as well. It was getting closer and closer to a year's time. Lin Ling, you have the time and space divine steel. You can go anywhere in the flame world fragment. I am so envious of you. At this time, Queen Xianxia's voice came from Lin Ling's body. She saw Lin Ling creating miracles along the way and naturally knew what Lin Ling's trump card was. The time and space divine steel wasn't given to me by others. I paid a heavy price to get it. Facing Queen Xianxia's envious gaze, Lin Ling replied lazily. Others thought that he had a heaven-defying trump card, but who knew how dangerous it was to get it? Li Xiaoyao almost died when he got the time and space divine steel. Even Lin Ling had to go through many difficulties to get the time and space divine steel. Alright, you're right. Queen Xianxia agreed. Time passed quietly in the midst of boredom. It was indeed difficult to swallow a first-grade awakened godly body, but to Lin Ling, it was only a matter of time. Instead, he used this opportunity to cultivate the evil flame change. Previously, he could have cultivated the evil flame change to the third change, wind and cloud change. Unfortunately, the awakened godly body's rank was too low, which delayed him for a while. At the same time, Lin Ling's demon eyes of 10,000 things changed. Countless mysterious talismans appeared. At this moment, a terrifying perception was born. Everything about the evil flame transformation also began to become clear. However, at this time, the invisible immortal fire around Lin Ling began to appear. It was like stars in the sky and it was ethereal. What? At the side, the woman opened her eyes. She was surprised. She had been cultivating here for half a year, but the immortal fire had always been invisible. Why did it appear now? She looked at Lin Ling. Could it be Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling was not famous in the flame department. How could he be so powerful? Evil flame god, it's you. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded. What was terrifying was that there was no one around. Moreover, the voice did not come from the wind. It came from Lin Ling and Red Enchantress's hearts. The two of them immediately had the same thought. It was the ancient era's immortal Ren Feng. Infernal spirit. Red Enchantress sensed the angry voice. According to legends, when some experts died, their souls would scatter into their own flames. It was the flame spirit, the flame spirit. And now, Lin Ling did something that made the infernal spirit awaken. This was an ancient soul from the ancient era. Even Lin Ling's pupils constricted. How could an old man's soul come out? Lin Ling, what's the matter with your cultivation technique? Is it the cultivation technique that made the old man's soul come out? Queen Xianxia exclaimed. Her voice was filled with anxiety. Even she'd heard of the name of such an expert, Immortal Ren Feng. In the past, he'd stirred up a storm of blood in Crimson Prefecture. Of course, not to mention anything else, just the fact that he was from the ancient times was sufficient to display how terrifying Immortal Ren Feng was. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. How would I know? Could it be that you're too demonic and attracted the old man out? You're still joking at a time like this. Queen Xianxia was speechless. Let's leave this place quickly. No one knows what kind of power this ancient soul has. If we're not careful, we'll both die here. You want to leave now? It's too late. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Rumble. In the nearby area, the immortal fire was faintly discernible. It sealed the area with a powerful aura. Not to mention a mere world king, even the true immortal realm Queen Xianxia would not be able to escape. Red Enchantress's face turned pale. She looked at Lin Ling with resentment. Although she did not know what happened, she guessed that it was related to Lin Ling. This guy couldn't have done something that angered the heavens and the people, right? The three of you will die. Chapter 2553. Flaming Coffin. Looking at the ancient soul, Xianxia Queen and Red Enchantress's hearts sank. They could feel the terrifying pressure. Xianxia is your enemy, right? But he's probably dead now. What's the point of taking revenge on us? Lin Ling stood up at this moment and said calmly. He guessed that Xianxia was awakened because he practiced the evil flame transformation. His soul was furious, so he must have a grudge against Xianxia. However, Lin Ling, did not offend Immortal Ren Feng. He was innocent. I don't care. You dare to practice his skill, so you're his successor. You'll take responsibility for what he did. The old man shouted angrily. His voice was like a volcano erupting. Even the fragment of the flame world was shaking. Hearing that, Lin Ling's temper flared up. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. If Immortal Rin Feng wanted revenge, then go find evil flame god. What did that have to do with Lin Ling? Lin Ling did not know Xianxia. He was not even half a disciple of Xianxia. I'm practicing his skill, but it doesn't mean that I'm his successor. His skill is just barely good enough for me. When I'm strong enough, I don't care about this skill anymore. Lin Ling said indifferently. Red Enchantress's eyes narrowed. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Moreover, he was not afraid of the infernal soul. Where did this guy get his confidence from? No matter what you say, it's just an excuse. Today you'll die. Unfortunately, that elder didn't give him any face at all, glaring like a vajra. Why don't we mind our own business? If you push me too hard, you might not even leave your soul behind. Since the old man wanted to kill him, Lin Ling did not give him any face. He knew that begging for mercy was useless. However, as soon as he said that, the infernal soul couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Red Enchantress thought that Lin Ling was so arrogant that he couldn't see through himself. This was because Lin Ling actually dared to threaten the ancient infernal soul? Hearing you say that, I have to force you even more. The old man let out a roar. His hands seemed to be pushing against the sea as he ruthlessly pushed towards Lin Ling. Countless immortal flames appeared in the sky. The immortal flames were so powerful that even Qianji Queen would not be able to withstand them. Space-time divine steel. Lin Ling had also thrown caution to the wind. He had been so fearless because he had the space-time divine steel. Although the other party was very strong, and the space-time divine steel might not be able to do anything to him, he had a weakness, and that was his fire element. Fire element? How could it be arrogant in the face of the first flame in the world, the space-time divine steel? What? The first flame in the world? Jianghu? Sure enough, the old man let out a cry of surprise. He never thought that this junior would have such terrifying methods. No wonder the other party was not afraid of him at all. It's too late to realize that now. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His expression was cold as he controlled the space-time divine steel to descend from the sky. The space-time divine steel was more powerful than the space-time flame. It represented time and space. Therefore, it appeared without warning. Moreover, it came crashing down violently. It was going to seal immortals and suppress gods. The terrifying pressure came crashing down on the old man, causing him to panic. If he did not have a fire element soul, he would not be afraid of the space-time divine steel. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation was not high enough to unleash the full power of the space-time divine steel. However, he happened to be a fire element martial artist. I won't let you go even if my soul is destroyed. Great immortal world flame. Seeing that he was in a dilemma, the old man let out a roar. Layers of white immortal flames appeared around him. It was as if countless lions were roaring and charging towards him. If the flames engulfed Lin Ling and the others, they would not even have a corpse left. At the same time, the giant space-time divine steel in the sky was also descending. This meant that Lin Ling was in a race against time. Let's see who will die first. Come on. Lin Ling's eyes turned red. At this point he had no other choice. He could only fight to the death. The two dantians in his body burned furiously, increasing the speed of the space-time divine steel's descent. At this moment, his ultimate flame Dao's true realm of Dao had finally reached perfection. It was even more powerful than his ultimate sword Dao. He did not know that when he activated the space-time divine steel, in addition to the crisis of life and death, his understanding of the explosive nature of flames had deepened. Flames were unyielding and had the will to perish together. You have a great hatred for the evil infernal god. However, today you are pushing your hatred onto us. You cannot tell right from wrong. Therefore, I will use the evil flame transformation to fight against you. Lin Ling's body floated up. He was like the evil infernal god. His long hair danced wildly like flames. He directly used the evil flame transformation. Moreover, before he knew it, the third transformation was born, the wind and cloud transformation. His speed immediately increased crazily, reaching the speed of 2 realms. Moreover, his body was covered in colorful flames. It was extremely dazzling. These flames also gave Lin Ling an absolute defense against wind, lightning, and water. So fast. The Red Enchantress stared at the sky. Lin Ling had been beside her a moment ago. Now he had appeared in front of the old man. Moreover, she could sense that the flame Dao exuding from Lin Ling's body was extremely terrifying. Who was the #1 cultivator of the flame Dao system? You. At this moment, the old man let out a furious roar. The junior in front of him gave him a strong sense of pressure. Now you know regret. However, it's too late. Lin Ling felt an endless amount of power surge out of his body. He only wanted to roar at the sky and burn the universe with his flames. Die. As his speed increased greatly, the spacetime divine steel also sped up significantly. In the end, it descended from the sky like a tombstone. The merciless pressure caused the old man's soul to tremble as he stared at the sky. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that this junior would suddenly explode with such power and suppress him in the end. Boom. The soul that had slumbered for countless years was finally suppressed by the gigantic spacetime divine steel and scattered. At the side of the spacetime divine steel, Lin Ling stood there indifferently. He was like a flame god looking at the earth. On the earth, the white flames that were like lions had all disappeared. Everything returned to normal. This caused Lin Ling to secretly feel lucky. If he hadn't exploded with his full power at the crucial moment, he would have been burned alive by the flames. Then he glanced at the red enchantress. He didn't plan to stay here any longer because his evil flame change and ultimate flame Dao had both improved as he wished. Therefore he wanted to go deeper and see what the ancient flame world was like. Goodbye. After saying this, Lin Ling walked into the distance. Looking at Lin Ling's back, the red enchantress was stunned. In her eyes there was a coffin behind Lin Ling. Moreover, that coffin was following behind Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was carrying a huge coffin. Most importantly, that coffin was filled with flames like a flame coffin. She had seen ice coffins, wooden coffins, and even earth coffins. However, this was the first time she had seen a flame coffin. The person that Sister Lan knows is so mysterious. In the end, the red enchantress muttered to herself. Her heart was like thunder. She knew that the #1 cultivator of the Flame Dao system of the Resplendent Academy had become Lin Ling. Chapter 2554. The Proud World Tournament begins. At this time, Lin Ling was moving deeper in. He saw 2nd grade awakened divine bodies, 3rd grade, 4th grade, and even 5th grade ones. He had the time and space divine steel, which was of a higher grade than these strange fires. Thus, he was able to safely observe everything. Unfortunately, he had reached his limit. If he wanted to swallow more, he would have to raise his cultivation. Your speed has reached the speed of 2 worlds. Also, what's with that flame coffin behind you? Ah. At this time, Thousand Chance Queen cried out in alarm. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Only after everything was over did she realize that everything was like a dream. Wind and Cloud Flame Coffin, the 3rd transformation of the evil flame change, Wind and Cloud Change. By burning the flame coffin with my time and space fire, it provides me with a tremendous amount of energy. Lin Ling's lips curved up in a smile. He waved his left hand and the burning coffin behind him was lifted up, like an overlord lifting a cauldron. The 3rd transformation of the evil flame change, Wind and Cloud Change. When the wind and clouds changed, not only did Lin Ling have a defense against wind, thunder, and water, but it also increased the speed of 2 worlds and the strength of 3 great world kings. It could be said that by combining his first Dantian with the evil flame change, Lin Ling's world essence was comparable to a half-step true immortal. What a shocking cultivation method. Ah. Thousand Chance Queen looked at Lin Ling holding the coffin and helplessly shook her head. It had to be said that Lin Ling, who was holding the flame coffin, was extremely wise and heroic at this time. Moreover, Lin Ling's cultivation method was very mysterious. It increased one's world essence by a great deal. It was clearly not something a World King realm martial artist could cultivate. She really didn't know how Lin Ling comprehended it. She didn't know that Lin Ling's myriad demon eyes were terrifying. His comprehension was monstrous. Let's not talk about this anymore. The time until the Flame World fragment ends is getting shorter and shorter. Let's take a look at this fragment and then leave. The Proud World Tournament is about to begin. Ah. Lin Ling shrugged. With a step, he disappeared from where he stood. Then he walked through the ancient Flame World fragment, looking at everything left behind by the ancient martial artists. The deeper he went, the more he saw all sorts of strange fires burning. They were all from the awakened divine bodies. These fires even formed ancient scenes. It was a battle between giants. The clash between the water god and the fire god. With this collision, not only the flame world, even the primal chaos of the universe exploded. Are all the experts of the ancient era so powerful? Lin Ling looked ahead with a solemn expression. Perhaps even Li Xiaoyao had never seen such an earth-shattering battle before. Moreover, even though it was an image left behind by flames, it still made Lin Ling feel hot and cold at the same time. In the ancient era, martial arts reached its peak. The martial artists of that time were much more powerful than they are now. However, I don't know what kind of calamity they went through. Heaven and earth were reshuffled and the ancient experts fell. Only then did Huanyu have a short period of peace. It was the first time for Queen Xianxia to witness such a battle. Lin Ling shook his head and said with an expectant smile, "Hee, that's too far away for me. For now, I'd better prepare for the Pride Tournament. I wonder what kind of rewards there will be." He hadn't received any rewards in the previous battle on the drill ground. But this time's Pride Tournament wouldn't be the same. Moving forward, Lin Ling didn't find any heavenly flames that were more powerful than the time and space steel. He began to leave. At this moment, in Tating Commandery, the current emperor was sitting on the dragon throne. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. All the civil and military officials were as silent as cicadas in winter. The Nine Dragons' realm was annihilated? Finally, the emperor spoke in a cold voice, causing some of the civil and military officials to tremble. "Your Majesty, not only our Tating Commandery, but also our commandery and all the other commanderies in the world were annihilated." Someone braced himself and replied, "Then who can tell me what happened there?" The emperor's voice became colder. The annihilation of the Nine Dragons' realm was a great loss to the Tating Commandery. Moreover, they didn't get any divine gems. How could he not be furious? His words made many people shake their heads. No one knew what had happened in the Nine Dragons' realm. Our commandery and all the other commanderies don't know what happened either. But the people of Square Commandery are safe and sound. A marquis cupped his hands and said. Everyone's eyes lit up. This matter must have something to do with Square Commandery. However, the people sent by Square Commandery weren't enough to wipe out all the other forces. This was very strange. Our men in Square Commandery reported that Lin Ling was also among the people of Square Commandery. The Marquis said again. Lin Ling. Once this name came out, the whole court was shocked. If this news spread out, it might even cause a sensation in the Commandery. Lin Ling was the archenemy of Tating Commandery. Lin Ling looked ordinary, but he had created miracles time and time again. At this moment, the Emperor's eyes lit up. This matter must have something to do with him. Your Majesty, this shouldn't be possible. The Nine Dragons' realm has gathered all the forces, and each of them is 100 times stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling can't make any big waves, right? Someone said doubtfully. Although I don't have any evidence, I have a feeling that Lin Ling can't escape. Moreover, this Lin Ling is so mysterious. Who can see through him? The Emperor said lightly. Everyone nodded. They really couldn't see through Lin Ling. He was obviously a weak king of Kai realm, but he had caused huge waves time and time again. The Pride Tournament is coming. Lin Ling will definitely participate. This is the best time to kill him. The Emperor said coldly. Lin Ling had become a big problem. He had to be eliminated. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But, except for the 10 heavenly sun bones of Jianghu, we don't have any other geniuses who can crush Lin Ling. Give out the reward. Generous rewards will attract brave men. Your Majesty is wise. The same thing happened in Taito Commandery and all the other commanderies. Without a doubt, Lin Ling alone caused a sensation in the 4 commanderies. As time passed, the second generation of the Bright Academy came out one after another. Because the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Pride Tournament was about to begin. The venue of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's Pride Tournament was Three Ring City. This was the place that was about to enter the core of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It was also the place that every martial artist dreamed of. Unfortunately, ordinary people couldn't enter Three Ring City unless they had a high status. Early in the morning, the sun was charming. A large number of ancient powerhouses had gathered in Three Ring City. These powerhouses had extraordinary auras and were extremely noble. As for the martial artists from 10,000 worlds, they couldn't enter. They could only watch the geniuses of the 3 academies fight in the Second Ring City. Even so, they were in high spirits and looking forward to it. So big. This is Three Ring City? What's the matter with the sea? Chapter 2555. The first test. That's the spiritual ocean. Wow. Didn't you notice that the spirit chi here is even denser? Said a young man who had been to San Juan City. Let me tell you, if you cultivate here, the effect will increase by 1/5. Wow. No wonder so many people want to come here. Wow. Many people came to a sudden realization. Then they became proud because they were also qualified to enter this place. If they returned to their hometown and bragged about it, it would be enough to make people admire them. Of course, compared to the second generations who were about to take the stage, they were obviously much dimmer. Many geniuses were looking forward to the day when they would be able to shine on the largest martial stage in Qingzhou like those second generations. So many people. At this moment, the geniuses of Resplendent Academy had also arrived. Among the crowd, Falling Flower Flowing Water and the others looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. There was already a sea of people here. That kind of bustling noise made their blood boil. Of course, it said that there are 70,000 second generations from Resplendent Academy, not to mention the other two academies. Xianxia laughed. She also didn't expect that she would have the chance to step on such a stage in her life. 70,000 people? TSK, the competition is fierce. Falling Flower Flowing Water sighed. If he was the one participating, he would be drowned out before he could even shine. Only true geniuses were qualified to step on such a martial stage. Where's Lin Ling? Yu, on the other hand, looked around, causing Xianxia and the others to become suspicious. Sorry I'm late. At this moment, Ancestor Long Granny had already arrived with Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at everyone with a smile, making them feel relieved. How's your cultivation? Falling Flower Flowing Water sensed that Lin Ling had changed, but the strange thing was that he couldn't feel what the change was. It had to be known that when other geniuses increased in strength, they would more or less be able to feel it. But Lin Ling gave them a very vague feeling. It seemed as if his strength had greatly increased, but it also didn't feel as if it had increased by much. This feeling of being neither up nor down was very strange. They didn't know that Lin Ling had two Dantians. They only sensed the changes in Lin Ling's first Dantian. Naturally, they couldn't see through Lin Ling. The 9th stage of the World King realm, what a fast cultivation speed. Mo looked at Lin Ling and said. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past, when they were in the martial god barracks, his realm was higher than Lin Ling's, and Lin Ling's strength was stronger than his. However, after coming to the Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling's realm suddenly surpassed his. As for strength, there was no need to mention it. It's already considered slow. Facing everyone's curiosity, Lin Ling smiled. Then he looked at Yu and discovered that Yu's realm had also risen. She had reached the peak of the World King realm. Of course, in this Pride tournament, geniuses were as common as clouds. Lin Ling couldn't guarantee that Yu would be able to obtain a good ranking. Good, now that the 3 great academies have gathered, the Pride tournament will soon begin. First, I must say that the core of this Pride tournament is held to train geniuses. If your performance is good, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty will surely attach great importance to you. You will be able to meet the powerhouses of the 9 provinces and walk out of the Azure province. In the distance, on a high platform formed from a giant lotus flower, a middle-aged man lightly said, Imperial Censor. He was a character that could shake the heavens and earth with a single step of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. And there weren't many people beside him. There was the Grand Council Minister from last time as well as the deans of the 3 great academies. Even powerhouses like the 8th Baron and the Sovereign Marquis didn't have the qualifications to appear here. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Many people stared at the middle-aged man. They discovered that he was like a mortal without any martial strength at all. But the more he was like this, the more it proved how strong he was. The first-place winner of this Pride tournament will be rewarded with a divine pill, disaster-dispelling pill. The top 10 winners will be rewarded with 3,000 mortal ring pills. The middle-aged man's style of doing things was simple and direct. He directly announced the rewards. The Pride tournament really did have rewards. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes brightened. He couldn't help but laugh. What is a disaster-dispelling pill? Xianxia curiously asked. A divine pill that increases the chances of breaking into the World King realm by 50%. Lin Ling muttered to himself. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had also refined this kind of elixir, but it required a total of 1 billion kinds of materials. In order to refine this kind of elixir, Li Xiaoyao had prepared for 3 years. And now this pill was readily available. Lin Ling definitely wouldn't miss it. As for the Mortal Ring pill, that is the best pill for restoring world essence. It can restore 80% of one's strength in 3 breaths of time. Lin Ling said. It's that fierce? Xianxia couldn't help but lick his lips. To restore 80% of one's strength in 3 breaths of time, it could be said that with this pill, even if one's talent was inferior to others, they would still be able to fight with a powerhouse. Moreover, the reward was 3,000 pills? This reward was truly rich. Hearing this, even I am moved. What a pity I am only a 3rd generation. Falling Flowers Flowing Water also felt his blood boil, but he still had a look of regret on his face. Now he could only depend on Lin Ling and Yu. Bang! At almost the same time, dazzling fireworks bloomed in the skies. Moreover, they soared into the skies, piercing into the chaos, causing the chaos to shine with a brilliant light. This fireworks display was extremely amazing. It was able to be seen by the entire 9 provinces. It had to be known that the blue provinces were vast and boundless. For a genius like Lin Ling, their attacks weren't able to affect the 9 provinces. But this mysterious fireworks display was able to. It was definitely extraordinary. The reason why the fireworks display was released was to tell the other 9 provinces that a grand event had begun in the blue provinces. The 9 provinces of the martial god realm. I wonder when I will be able to go to the other provinces. This is really exciting, but you'd better not think about it. You won't have the chance to leave the blue provinces in your lifetime. Gazing at the dazzling fireworks, the geniuses of the various major academies all started to discuss spiritedly. They were extremely excited. Next was the start of the preliminary round. Because the number of people had reached more than 200,000, many of the weak had to be eliminated. The second generations who have cultivated for more than 1,500 years have lost this opportunity. A resounding voice that was like the might of the heavens rang out. This was very normal because this was a competition to find true geniuses, not geniuses who had accumulated over time. Therefore, the first elimination made more than 60,000 people return with resentment, obediently becoming spectators. Next is the first round, the battle round. The second generations who don't meet the requirements will also be eliminated. A large number of iron pillars rained down from the sky. They were all chained together and they heavily smashed onto the ground. All the second generations who were about to participate in the competition were arranged to be tested in front of an iron pillar. A jade tablet appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was 15,329, belonging to the 30th iron pillar. He and Yu were separated from each other to be tested. As for Lin Ling, he could see that this iron pillar was extremely ancient. It emitted a black light, similar to the stone tablet that was used to test one's combat strength. However, the stone tablet in the Dandelion Hall was used to test one's sword strength, but this iron pillar could test any attribute. Yo, the 9th stage of the World King realm? I'm nearing the edge of elimination. Boy from Resplendent Academy, slowly watch as I bloom with dazzling light. Chapter 2556. Pass with flying colors. One had to know that in the Pride Tournament, the 3 academies were considered competitors. Therefore, when they saw the second generation of the other academies, no one would show mercy. Furthermore, what made Lin Ling speechless was that the 30th test was filled with the second generation of the Heavenly Saint Institute. In response, Lin Ling shook his head and didn't bother to say anything more. You don't dare to speak? Just obediently watched this brother's strength from the side. That young man was insatiable. The other second generations laughed heartily. They did not recognize Lin Ling. After all, there were over 200,000 second generations. It was impossible for all of them to recognize Lin Ling. Moreover, even if they knew each other, many of the second generations wouldn't care about them. Bang. At this moment, the first person walked out to take the test. He punched the iron pillar, and the iron pillar swayed and emitted light. 8,000 combat power, disqualified. A voice immediately rang out, causing the young man to be dumbstruck. Then he actually knelt down and began to cry. He had waited for this moment with great difficulty. He originally wanted to appear on the most dazzling martial stage, but in the end he was eliminated before he even became famous. Crying? Seeing this, Lin Ling was stunned. How could it be like this? If you keep crying, I'll chase you out of San Juan City. The old man in charge of the test smiled bitterly. He was actually crying after failing? This mentality was too unstable. Then it was the turn of the next person. It was a woman. She looked ordinary, but she was not weak. With a single punch, her combat power reached 11,000. Seeing this, many people's eyes turned red. However, as if a precedent had been set, many people began to pass as well. Some people used all their strength and barely managed to reach 10,000, while others were as relaxed as clouds and wind. Wait, don't tell me you're going to cry too. Beside Lin Ling, the young man from the Celestial Saint Institute spoke arrogantly, as if he was trying to show off his existence. This made Lin Ling shake his head. He really didn't have time to care about such a minor character. That young man laughed mockingly. Not long after, it was finally his turn. He walked out proudly and heavily punched the iron pillar. Boom. The iron pillar swayed and emitted light. 15,000. Pa pa pa. Applause immediately rang out from all around. 15,000, this result was nothing compared to all the other pillars. After all, not long ago, the 12th pillar had a combat power of 50,000. However, this was the best result for the 30th pillar. I passed easily. The young man puffed out his chest proudly and walked back. You are the only second generation of the Resplendent Academy among the 30. You will definitely be eliminated. My results must have surprised you, right? Look up to me, worship me. The young man looked at Lin Ling and said, making the other second generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy feel proud. Amazing. Lin Ling finally gave an evaluation. Of course. However, the young man proudly accepted the evaluation. Then he saw that Lin Ling had fallen silent. He did not continue to humiliate Lin Ling, because there was no sense of accomplishment in bullying the weak. 15,329. At this moment, it was Lin Ling's turn. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then walked out with a smile. What a long and smelly number. Then he walked up to the iron pillar and muttered to himself, Senior, will I be eliminated if I destroy the iron pillar? The second generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy was stunned. Destroy the iron pillar? What was this guy thinking? The old man was also surprised by Lin Ling's words. He then laughed. If you destroy it, you will not be eliminated. Instead, you will be rewarded and valued. Can you destroy the iron pillar? These iron pillars were extraordinary. They were made of flowing stones from the chaos of the universe. Ordinary people could not destroy them. At least, he did not think that anyone among the second generation could. Hearing this, Lin Ling thought for a moment, then shook his head. Let's not go too far. All right. After saying that, he took a step forward and lightly landed his palm on the iron pillar. Boom. A strong light bloomed, and the mysterious iron pillar seemed to be about to break. Then a shocking number appeared. 70,000 combat power. Swoosh. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was the highest combat power in iron pillar number 30. The old man was shocked. Then he let Lin Ling pass. Lin Ling turned and left. He looked at the proud young man and laughed. You're still the best. Yes. Plop. The young man's face turned pale and he fell to the ground. 70,000? It was 7 times more than him. He looked at Lin Ling's back and suddenly wanted to know who this guy was. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already left. The old man was also curious. Of course, the results of the other tests were even more shocking. For example, in iron pillar number 82, someone actually destroyed it. He knows someone who can destroy the iron pillar? After the old man heard the news, he was even more surprised. Previously, when Lin Ling wanted to destroy the iron pillar, he thought that no one among the second generation could do it. But now, someone had succeeded. This made him feel incredulous. Could it be that the young man could also destroy the iron pillar? But did he hold back at the crucial moment? Unfortunately, there were too many second generation participants. By the time he wanted to find Lin Ling, it was already like looking for a needle in a haystack. Brother Ling, I passed. When Lin Ling returned to Resplendent Academy, Yu was already waiting there. Lin Ling scratched Yu's little nose. You didn't pass. That's not normal. Brother Ling, how much combat power did you get in the test? 70,000. That's amazing. I only got 50,000. 50,000 is not bad. But there were people who got 100,000 before. Someone even destroyed the iron pillar. The two of them kept talking. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were shocked. Destroying the iron pillar? That was too demonic. More than 200,000 combat power can destroy the iron pillar. Lin Ling explained. This made falling flowers, flowing water, and flowing water curious. Why was Lin Ling so familiar with the iron pillar? Could it be that he could also destroy the iron pillar? In truth, Lin Ling had only suppressed his strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to destroy the iron pillar. 8 hours later, the first test ended. There were only 150,000 people left. Unfortunately, there were still many people left. They had to continue to be eliminated. Although the elimination process was simple, the spectators were still in high spirits. To them, this sort of elimination was also very interesting. The second elimination was to test the martial god giants. Moreover, they had to fight 100 martial god giants. After the second elimination, there were only 80,000 second-generation participants left. Lin Ling and Yu also smoothly passed, causing Ancestor Dragon Granny to laugh happily. Of course, to Lin Ling, this sort of elimination was too boring. And just as he was about to fall asleep, the third elimination arrived. The Burning Moon Garden was to collect the Burning Moon fruits. This elimination was to test one's comprehensive ability. To pass, one had to collect 100 Burning Moon fruits. The time limit was only 2 hours. And the difficult part was that the Burning Moon Garden had the Moon Twist Divine Beast. If one wanted to collect the fruits, they had to obtain their permission. These divine beasts were all at the peak of the World King realm. An ordinary second generation wouldn't be able to win. They might even die. Chapter 2557. Snatching the Harvest. The ancient Burning Moon Garden was said to be the back garden of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. After entering, the second generations realized that it was like a moon palace. A cold light shone down from the sky, giving people a feeling of loneliness and indifference. Vines could be vaguely seen on the ancient earth. Above the vines, a burning moon floated, appearing extremely sacred. Many of the vines also had moon-like fruits. Those were the burning moon fruits. 80,000 second generations began to fight in the orchard. On the ground below, countless people looked up at the sky. Everything about the burning moon garden was revealed. Who is that guy? He's so strong. Someone exclaimed in shock. A young man wearing the Heavenly Saint Institute's long robe was floating half a meter above the ground. He then floated forward like a ghost, killing all the moon-twisted divine beasts he encountered on the way. Moreover, those divine beasts died strangely as if they were sleeping. Soul extraction. Anyone who gets close to him will have their soul extracted. What a mysterious talent. That's the strongest second generation of the Sky Saint Academy, Meng Lu. Many people said solemnly. That second generation could easily kill a half-step true immortal realm expert. Moreover, when others entered the Burning Moon Garden, they avoided the moon-strangling divine beasts, but that guy slaughtered them. That guy over there is also heaven-defying. His speed is so fast. With one claw, the moon-strangling divine beasts were killed. Someone looked at the other side and saw a figure moving like a leopard in the mist. His domineering aura quietly spread out. Moreover, that figure would occasionally roar as if it was a beast king. It actually made people tremble in fear. Songling Academy's Tian Kuang, his talent is Berserk. He was the one who destroyed the Iron Pillar. It is said that after Berserk, his speed can reach the speed of 3 realms. Moreover, the power of his realm energy is doubled. What a heaven-defying guy. Some of the powerful ancient martial artists exclaimed in shock. As for the Tsangning Academy, they were cheering as if they had already won the first place. Darkness, that's Genji. Someone stared at the strongest second generation of the Resplendent Academy and exclaimed. As long as he was shrouded in darkness, Genji was like a god. It made people suspect that ever since his talent erupted, he had never failed before. This time, the students of Resplendent Academy began to cheer. Without a doubt, the 3 strongest second generations were the most eye-catching. Of course, the reason why these 3 second generations attracted so much attention was because they had been famous for a long time. Some of the second generations who came after them were not weak either. They actually gave off the feeling that they were not weaker than the 3 strongest second generations. For example, there was a second generation who carried an ice coffin on his back. Wherever he went, the world froze. Another example would be the second generation with the mountain in his hand. When he encountered the moon-twisted divine beast, he would use the mountain to suppress it. The mountain seemed to be able to suppress everything and was extremely powerful. All in all, this third elimination test had given everyone a rough idea of who the strongest second-generation heirs were. It could be said that each of them had their own unique abilities. On the other side, Lin Ling was extremely low-key. He was walking with Yu. He looked ahead and said indifferently, Yu, in this pride tournament, if I meet Si Xuanmei, I will definitely kill her. Si Xuanmei had made a move on An Yuer, which was equivalent to killing An Yuer. With Lin Ling's personality, he would definitely seek revenge. Last time, because there were too many strong ancient warriors, Lin Ling spared her life. This time Lin Ling would not be lenient. Most importantly, because all the second-generation heirs were on the stage, Si Xuanmei could not be compared to those ancient second-generation heirs. Therefore, if she wanted to kill her, those strong ancient warriors would not appear for her. I heard that she had asked her master to teach her a sword technique. Her strength has greatly increased. She will definitely kill you. Brother Ling, if you meet her, you should end it all. Yu said with a frown. Si Xuanmei used to be her senior sister, so at first she could not bear to kill her. However, she knew that Si Xuanmei also wanted to kill Lin Ling, so she would definitely side with Lin Ling. Okay. Lin Ling nodded immediately. The two of them chatted as they walked. It was as if they were strolling through a garden. Along the way they killed all the moon-twisted divine beasts they encountered and collected the flaming moon fruits. Gradually, they were getting closer and closer to 200 flaming moon fruits. Along the way, Lin Ling also encountered people who tried to snatch the flaming moon fruits. Of course, they failed in the end, so Lin Ling did not show any mercy. As long as he saw a flaming moon fruit, he would immediately snatch it. Although he did not care about this test, he still prioritized safety. After all, time was of the essence. This flaming moon fruit is mine. After walking for an unknown period of time, a huge flaming moon fruit appeared in front of them. The second generation of the two academies were competing for it because there were hundreds of flaming moon fruits on the tree. If they could get it, at least they would be able to pass smoothly. What a joke, we saw it first. The second generation of the Zhangning Academy formed a small team and sneered. On the other side were the second generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy. For a moment, the two sides were tit for tat. Sun Lei, you are only ranked 35th among the second generation of the Heavenly Saint Academy, and I am ranked 29th among the second generation of the Zhangning Academy. Shouldn't you get lost when you meet me? One of the leaders said indifferently. What a joke, that's your academy's ranking. You may not be my opponent. Fight. The leader of the Heavenly Saint Academy said tit for tat, causing the other second generation's fighting spirit to rise. The two leaders were not weak among the second generation. As long as they made a move, the battle would start. Unless there was a second generation ranked in the top 10, the flaming moon fruit would be born in one of their teams. You guys fight slowly, I still lack 50 flaming moon fruits, so this vine, I want it. Sigh. Just as the two sides were about to draw their swords, a lazy voice suddenly sounded, causing the crowd to go silent. A handsome man and a beautiful woman slowly walked over from the lonely land in the distance. Under the bright moonlight, they were undoubtedly extremely attractive. The man was handsome and was tall, wearing a blue and white robe with an ancient sword on his back. He looked like a proud swordsman. The woman was wearing a gorgeous purple dress, elegant and refined. Between her eyebrows, there was a charm that could cause the downfall of a country. So beautiful. Sigh. Someone subconsciously said. Beautiful my ass, what's the use of being beautiful, they are here to snatch our harvest. Someone immediately shouted angrily, causing everyone to react. Then they all stared blankly. The two people from before seemed to have said that this vine belonged to them? And they said it in front of two powerful teams. Crazy enough. Kid, do you know what you are saying? The leader of one of the teams frowned. He suspected that the youth was stupid. Two people dared to snatch their harvest. If they were not idiots, then what were they? I don't want to say the words I said a second time. Yes. However, the youth who walked over smiled as if he was saying something very normal. Chapter 25:58. The third round was over. Let me remind you, if you attack me, both your teams will regret it. Yes. But before that person could make a move, the youth in front of them smiled and spoke. But the feeling he gave them was that his smile was cold. Of course, this coldness didn't affect the powerful second generations of the two teams. The two leaders laughed. What will we regret? Yes. You will all be eliminated. Yes. The youth enunciated each word. His voice was calm, but it contained the domineering aura of an emperor. Once they attacked, they would all be eliminated. How domineering. I only need 50 fruits. As long as I take enough, the rest will be yours. So you should discuss this properly. Don't do anything you will regret. Yes. While everyone was still in shock, the youth spoke again. It was as if he was treating this group of people as lambs. In truth, ever since the opening of the Burning Moon Garden, snatching the fruits had been a common occurrence. But to do so, one needed to have the corresponding strength. And this youth wasn't famous at all. He wasn't even at the peak of the World King realm, so what qualifications did he have to speak so arrogantly? But just as they were about to attack, a dignified voice sounded from the distance. Following that, a large number of figures arrived. Sun Lei, if you don't want to be eliminated, you'd best stand there obediently. If it weren't for my good relationship with your brother, I wouldn't have sold you this favor today. Yes. The voice reminded the two leaders, causing their hearts to tremble. They subconsciously turned to see that the speaker was the number 2 of Radiant Academy's Flame Dao department, Jin Feiming. This person wasn't weak at all. He was ranked in the top 10 of Radiant Academy and was clearly stronger than the two leaders. You're saying that we should let him collect the fruits first? Sun Lei couldn't help but ask. Jin Feiming slowly walked over with a large number of Flame Dao department second generations, but his eyes were fixed on the indifferent youth in front of him, a dignified look in his eyes. Yes. Yes. He nodded. Is he your friend? Or does he have a great background? Sun Lei was even more confused. Neither. In truth, this is only the second time I've seen him. Jin Feiming lightly said. Bang. Everyone was even more confused. They couldn't understand why Jin Feiming would give face to this indifferent youth. I didn't think we'd meet again. Ignoring the confusion around him, Jin Feiming looked at the youth. His eyes focused because the youth was the mysterious youth who had defeated him in the Flame World fragment. You look familiar? Well, so it's you. But, are you planning to stop me? Don't think that I'll go easy on you just because we're both from the Resplendent Academy. Those who provoke me will be eliminated immediately. The young man looked at Jin Fei Ming indifferently. The calmness in his eyes was not an act. I wouldn't dare. Jin Fei Ming nodded directly, causing the pupils of the two leaders to dilate even more. This young man was really arrogant. That's good. The young man didn't pay attention to everyone's surprise. He held the woman's hand, collected the fruit, and turned to leave. Throughout the entire process he was fearless. The second generations of the three great academies were all staring at him, but no one dared to move. It was as if they were waiting for the arrival of the Son of Heaven. As for the two leaders, they looked at Jin Fei Ming with puzzlement. However, Jin Fei Ming smiled bitterly and ignored them. He continued looking at the young man. Now, can I know your name? What? The two leaders exclaimed. After such a long time, Jin Fei Ming actually didn't know the young man's name. What the hell was he doing? Lin Ling. A calm voice drifted out from the young man's mouth. He walked further and further away with the beautiful woman. So it's him. Hearing this, Jin Fei Ming's heart rumbled. In the Flame World fragment, he was defeated by Lin Ling in a single move. However, at that time he didn't know who Lin Ling was. And now he finally knew. So, he was one of the most monstrous second generations of the Resplendent Academy. Jin Fei Ming, what the hell are you doing? Why did you let him go? As Lin Ling walked further and further away, the two leaders spoke with unwillingness. He defeated me in a single move. Jin Fei Ming didn't explain anything and led the people behind him to collect the fruit. However, his words caused the two leaders to feel as if they were struck by lightning. One had to know that Jin Fei Ming was ranked in the top 10 among the second generation of the Resplendent Academy. Yet that young man defeated him in a single move? That was too terrifying. Could it be that the young man was ranked in the top 10 of the second generation of the Resplendent Academy? Thank you for the reminder. The two leaders immediately bowed. If it wasn't for Jin Fei Ming's reminder, they would have already made a move and would have been eliminated immediately. And now, although their fruits had been snatched, the time wasn't over yet. As long as they worked a little harder, they still had a chance. So domineering. The two groups immediately left to collect the fruits. However, when they thought of the young man who had appeared before them, they couldn't help but admire him. This is what a cultivator of our generation should be like. Whatever I like belongs to me. Just one word and gods and demons will make way. Lin Ling held Yu Yu's hand and walked forward. He had also successfully passed this round. However, along the way he was also looking for stronger second generations. It was a pity that the majority of them disappointed him. Unknowingly, the test was completely over. There were only 10,000 people left. No, I can't accept this. I only lacked 10 fruits. This time is too fast. What is this? I only lacked one fruit. Heavens, who gave me a fruit? I didn't even obtain a single fruit. I was fighting with the Moon Twist Divine Beast for 2 hours. How did these guys pass? Resentful voices rang out one after another. These people were obviously eliminated. The previous 3 rounds were just warm-up rounds. If they didn't even pass the warm-up round, they would be eliminated immediately in the next round. This also allowed others to see that even though they were all second generations and were at the same cultivation level, there were still differences in strength. On Lin Ling's side, Ancestor Dragon was extremely happy because Lin Ling and Yu Yu had both passed. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others were also the same. Out of more than 200,000 people, only 10,000 were left. Lin Ling and Yu Yu were among them. This was extremely difficult. At this moment they were all proud. They didn't know that the 3 rounds were very difficult for others, but for Lin Ling it was very simple. Lin Ling also passed? As expected of the most dazzling monstrous genius in the history of Radiant Academy. Next will be the battle between the second generations of the 3 great academies. I wonder how far he can go. Not far from Lin Ling, many second and third generations looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Lin Ling had just become a second generation, but he had already reached such heights. They couldn't help but admire him. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes and voices around him. Instead, he was looking for 2 figures. One was Si Xuanmei. The other was Guji. He knew that the warm-up round was over. Next was the main event. And he, Lin Ling, was looking forward to meeting Si Xuanmei. Chapter 2559. Lin Ling entered the arena. Lin Ling, if you meet me, you will definitely regret this. Her voice floated out, causing the eyes of many second-generation juniors to flash. They were well aware of the grudges between Lin Ling and Si Xuanmei. Would Lin Ling be the one to suppress her in the end? Or would Si Xuanmei wash away her previous humiliation? Although Lin Ling was strong, geniuses liked to do things that exceeded the norm. It wasn't impossible for Si Xuanmei's strength to rise during this period of time. The remaining 10,000 people immediately began the first round of the preliminaries. Because there were so many people, each person only had one chance. If they lost, they would be directly eliminated. And now that the competition had reached this point, the crowd became even more excited. This was because they were about to enter the main theme. Pride of the world, let's see who could reign supreme. The number one genius stepped onto the stage and began drawing lots to choose his opponent. It had to be said that to be able to obtain the number one number out of 200,000 second-generation juniors, this was a very good stroke of luck. Unfortunately, his luck soon came to an end. This was because he had chosen a second-generation junior that was ranked around 40. Without any suspense, this number one genius was directly defeated. Number one? Haha, the first person to be eliminated in the preliminaries, no wonder he is called number one. The winner disdainfully smiled, causing number one to grit his teeth in anger. But there was nothing he could do. Next was number two's turn to draw lots. His luck was quite good. He had drawn an opponent of similar strength. The two of them were both at the 9th level of the World King realm and their talents were similar. They fought in an abyss of suffering. In the end, number two's skill was a level higher and he barely won. And although their battle was fierce, the truth was that not many people cared about it. This was because a 9th level World King Cultivation was the weakest in the competition. Thus, there was a limit to how strong they could be. In the preliminaries of 10,000 people, there was definitely a difference between ordinary and intense. This caused Lin Ling to feel a bit drowsy. Up until now, an opponent that could move him had yet to appear. Number 15329. After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly sounded out, causing Lin Ling's eyes to brighten. It was his turn to go on stage. This was because someone had drawn his name. The voices of Yu Yu and the others immediately rang out beside him, causing Lin Ling to smile and walk onto the martial stage. He was obviously confident that he would pass the first round of preliminaries. However, when he came to the martial stage, he found a delicate girl standing there. Her entire body seemed to be boneless and she was extremely charming. And this woman wore the robes of Blue Ning Academy. Her cultivation wasn't weak, she had reached the 10th level of the World King realm. This was his opponent? At the same time, the surroundings were in an uproar. Many people were attracted by the woman's beauty. The woman was charming and pure, and she was able to make it this far. This undoubtedly moved the hearts of many young men. That's Luo Xinxiang, ranked 36th in the Zhongling Academy. She's also one of the 4 great beauties of the academy. She is indeed beautiful. Look at her eyes, they seem to be able to speak. She is so cute. She is cute, but her strength is not weak at all. She is ranked 36th, but that was her ranking in the past. Now, she might even be able to make it into the top 10. That boy on the other side is going to suffer, but losing to a beauty is also not bad. The geniuses of the various academies were all excited. The 3rd generation and last generation youths were all staring at Luo Xinxiang in awe. Of course, there were also many people who were staring at Lin Ling with a strange look in their eyes. For example, the people of the 4 great commanderies, the 2nd generation youths of Bright Academy and so on. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to fight. In my opinion, he can block at most 5 moves. At this time, a confident voice sounded out, causing many people to look over. The one who spoke was the vice president of Zhongling Academy. Is that so? That is Lin Ling we are talking about. It's not like you haven't seen him in the last battle on the drill ground. However, someone immediately retorted. It was the vice president of Bright Academy, Gong. In the Pride tournament of the 3 great academies, these presidents would definitely oppose each other. How long has it been since the last battle on the drill ground? This Lin Ling is at most in the 2nd generation of the 2nd generation. He doesn't have the qualifications to threaten the top 50. In my opinion, in 3 moves Lin Ling will be defeated. The vice president of Zhongling Academy immediately said. Wait and see. The vice president of Zhongling Academy sneered again and again. When Lin Ling is defeated, let's see how he will raise his head to face others. In fact, the vice president of Zhongling Academy was still a little apprehensive about whether Lin Ling could win or not. After all, the time between the last battle on the drill ground was indeed very short. On the stage, Lin Ling looked at his opponent and then introduced himself. Lin Ling. Yes. I am not interested in hearing your name, you can leave by yourself. Leave. To Lin Ling's surprise, the pretty girl opposite him didn't even look at Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling frown. The reason why he introduced himself was because they had met by chance, so he was being polite. Who knew that she would be so arrogant? One must know that although Lin Ling hadn't dominated the second generation yet, he had a small reputation. Yet she wasn't even interested in knowing his name? I hope your strength is as good as your words. Lin Ling didn't intend to give her any face because he had to fight for it himself. I am only interested in the first 12 generations of the 3 great academies. Maybe you think I am not famous, but I am a dark horse much more powerful than you. Luo Xinxiang said again. Stupid woman, don't raise your chin so high. Be careful that it doesn't rain and fill your nostrils with rain. Lin Ling's words were even more impolite. Who is this guy to humiliate Senior Luo Xinxiang like that? He's courting death. That's Lin Ling, number 1 in the drill ground battle, number 1 in the second generation. No wonder he's so arrogant. To put it bluntly, he's a rookie. A rookie dares to be so arrogant? Senior Luo Xinxiang beat him up. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't even give face to the delicate girl, many young men were eager to protect her and immediately shouted angrily. In the crowd, a handsome man's face was extremely gloomy. His name was Chen Suo and he was Luo Xinxiang's boyfriend. Lin Ling, right? After your defeat, you will know the price of humiliating Luo Xinxiang. He muttered to himself, obviously angry. On the martial arts platform, Luo Xinxiang's pretty face was covered with frost. Lin Ling actually mocked her most prideful appearance? She didn't waste any more words and immediately attacked. Plucking Thousand Mountains Palm. This was an advanced third-grade martial art, which she had cultivated to perfection. And her talent was a second-grade talent. Although the grade wasn't high, it had a heaven-defying power, which was the ability to comprehend. The sky was filled with palms and they came at Lin Ling from 8 directions. It was beautiful, but no one dared to underestimate the power behind it. A third-grade martial art. Within the World King realm, Luo Xinxiang is one of those who have cultivated it to perfection. That plucking Thousand Mountains palm is truly strong. It has defeated a 5th-grade martial artist before. That second-generation rookie Lin Ling will be defeated in a single move. The Vice Dean of Zhongling Academy confidently said. He was well aware of Lin Ling's strength. Although Luo Xinxiang's talent was ordinary, her martial arts were fierce, making up for her weakness in talent. Vice Dean Gong, your academy's rookie is about to be defeated. Chapter 2560. Giving him a taste of his own medicine. You can't block it. At the same time on the stage, a delicate voice rang out. Terrifying plum blossoms swept across the stage like a storm, causing waves of cheers to ring out from afar. This scene was also telling everyone that talent didn't represent everything for the strong. Powerful martial arts could also overturn rivers and seas. Boom. Almost at the same time, the martial stage that was floating in the sky began to vibrate. Voila! A large number of dazzling plum blossoms danced in the air. They looked weak but they could cut through anything. At this moment, Lin Ling had already disappeared. No one thought that Lin Ling could still stand under the plum blossoms. Even Si Xuanmei squinted her eyes. Although a third-grade martial arts couldn't compare to a fourth-grade martial arts, if a third-grade martial arts reached a terrifying level, it could still defeat a fourth-grade martial artist. This Luo Xinxiang was even stronger than her in the past. As expected of a veteran second generation. Lin Ling couldn't have been blasted into pieces, right? Suddenly someone voiced out his doubts. In response, the Zhongling Academy's people cheered. The number 1 second-generation rookie, although his reputation wasn't weak, wasn't he still going to be defeated? This time the Zhongling Academy's face was lifted. Ha 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 ha. On the giant lotus, the vice principal of the Zhongling Academy laughed out loud. Although he didn't speak, it was like a silent slap to the vice principal's face, leaving him speechless. As for the resplendent academy, it was silent. The number 1 second-generation Genji gloated, what a waste. In the past, Lin Ling embarrassed him, but he didn't think that Lin Ling was his opponent. Was just a fluke. Died without a complete corpse? Then he said another sentence which caused many geniuses to be puzzled. Lin Ling was blasted into pieces? But there wasn't anything left behind by Lin Ling on the stage. Look at the corner of the stage. At this moment someone exclaimed. At the corner of the stage, a figure stood there, unmoving like a mountain, unmoved even if the sky collapsed. Was Lin Ling. No one knew how Lin Ling had dodged those plum blossoms. Could it be that his movement technique had deceived everyone's eyes? My 1,000 plum plucking mountain palm, even a fly couldn't dodge it. How did you succeed? Luo Xinxiang exclaimed. Her martial arts had no blind spots, so she didn't know how Lin Ling's doing. You don't? At that moment, Lin Ling spoke faintly and moved his feet. He also moved. Heavens, hands, the plum blossoms. You are courting death. A 9th stage world king is actually fighting against a 10th stage world king. Of those who didn't know. Heaven hands of his strength. Of his strengths of his strengths? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's fist collided with Luo Xinxiang's palm. Rumble. To everyone's surprise, Luo Xinxiang's figure retreated as if she had been struck by a hammer. This fist proved everything. Bang bang bang. The more Luo Xinxiang fought, the more shocked she became. She never thought that Lin Ling's realm was lower than hers, but his strength was so terrifying. Could this be Lin Ling's trump card? She thought that Lin Ling had already erupted with his full strength. She didn't know that Lin Ling hadn't even used 50% of his strength. Since you've used your trump card, then it's my turn. As Luo Xinxiang retreated, her pretty face turned icy cold. Voila! Astral winds immediately fluttered out and danced wildly, turning into a vortex that was controlled by Luo Xinxiang. I'll let you see what a 4th grade martial art is. Profound light plum shadow palm. The entire stage was filled with her voice, giving off a domineering and magnificent feeling. Her hands were like the Tai Chi in a painting, finally slamming down heavily. In fact, there were many people in the 2nd generation who knew a 4th grade martial art. Some even knew that Lin Ling also knew such a martial art. But Luo Xinxiang was different from others. The martial art she displayed was twice as strong. Moreover, her perception was monstrous. This was brought about by her talent. And this was her capital for participating in the competition. 3 rounds? Someone shouted in horror. The profound light plum shadow palm was dazzling and powerful, so there were many people who learned it. But it could only release 1 round of plum shadow, while Luo Xinxiang could release 3 rounds. This showed the gap between them. That palm seemed slow, but in fact, its speed was extremely fast. It reached the speed of a world. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling was sent flying by the force of that palm. Lin Ling couldn't block it. Many people had this thought. Lin Ling was about to lose. This was the first round of preliminaries. This was also his end. Of course, this was normal. Lin Ling was the monster with the fastest cultivation speed. Everyone knew that his foundation was unstable. Moreover, the number 1 rookie of the 2nd generation was indeed not qualified to dominate the Pride tournament. Lin Ling. Even Shen Yuangura was secretly sweating, but Yu Yu and Tang Yue were smiling. Only they were not worried about Lin Ling at all. They were just curious. Would Lin Ling break out the sword principle or the flame principle in the face of that palm? Where do you think you're going? Luo Xinxiang saw Lin Ling retreating. She immediately smiled and chased after him. Xianxia, trample this rascal who humiliated you under your feet. Luo Xinxiang's boyfriend, Chen Suo, said in a cold voice. The 2nd generation rookie of the 2nd generation, Lin Ling, must give him a fatal blow. Being trampled on by a woman, this humiliation was enough to make people laugh at Lin Ling for 100 years. It was possible that Lin Ling would leave the martial god realm. Whoosh. At this moment, the thousands of plum palms were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not make any move. Instead, his hands danced in the air. It was extremely strange. But soon, someone's pupils contracted fiercely. It was because both hands were drawing circles. That was the martial art that Luo Xinxiang had used before. It was the mystic light plum shadow palm. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine? Even Luo Xinxiang's eyes lit up. This Lin Ling was really stupid. He actually chose to use the same martial art as her. However, when it came to the mystic light plum shadow palm, who could compare to her? However, when her attack was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, her pupils flickered. That was because the mystic light plum shadow palm that Lin Ling had used had already begun to draw a circle of plum blossom light. Moreover, the 2nd round followed closely behind. Even as the crowd exclaimed, the 3rd round appeared. 3 huge plum blossom light circles appeared. It was a shocking sight. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped. However, this was not the end of their astonishment. The 4th round appeared. The 5th round. At this moment, Luo Xinxiang's expression changed drastically. Her mystic light plum shadow palm was actually taught by a certain senior. That was why she had 3 rounds, surpassing all the people who cultivated this martial art. However, Lin Ling had 5 rounds? This was fake. Chapter 2561. Dark Horse Si Xuanmei. Boom. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling also struck out with his palm. The two plum blossom palms collided violently. In the next moment, a figure was blasted flying. Moreover, her clothes were torn, and a dazzling expanse of snow-white skin was revealed. It caused the pupils of many young men to constrict, and they secretly drooled. This was because the person who was sent flying was Luo Xinxiang. Moreover, her clothes were torn. Furthermore, his hair was disheveled, making him look extremely wretched. Most importantly, she had obviously suffered heavy injuries and seemed to have lost the ability to fight. Of course, compared to being eliminated, Luo Xinxiang was still angry at Lin Ling for not giving her any face. Face is not given by others but by oneself. At this moment, Lin Ling was already walking towards the edge of the martial stage. His figure was indescribably confident and at ease. It fell into Luo Xinxiang's heart and caused her heart to rumble. One had to know that within the 3 great academies, there were many people who could defeat her. However, Lin Ling was the first person to defeat her using the method she was proficient in. Wait, who taught you the mystic light plum shadow palm? Luo Xinxiang shouted, unwilling to give up. Do you need someone to teach you this kind of martial arts? Of course, if there is one, it might be you. Unfortunately, Lin Ling replied disdainfully, causing Luo Xinxiang's expression to change drastically. Could it be that Lin Ling had learned it after seeing her use it once and had even surpassed her? One had to know that her innate talent did not have any offensive abilities, but it allowed her to have monstrous perception. In the past, some senior had given her some pointers and she had learned those martial arts. However, Lin Ling's perception seemed to be higher than hers. Xianxia. At that moment, Qian Su rushed onto the martial stage and covered Luo Xinxiang with his clothes. This Lin Ling actually made you lose so much face. I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Qian Su's voice was extremely cold. However, Luo Xinxiang did not respond. Instead, she looked at the back of the arrogant man and said, "He's right. It's not that I don't want to lose face. I'm the one who loses it." Xianxia. Qian Su looked at Luo Xinxiang in disbelief. He realized that the woman who used to worship him didn't even look at him anymore. After Lin Ling left, cries of surprise rang out one after another. Although Luo Xinxiang wasn't a top 2nd generation, she was at least above average. Even she had been defeated. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had already reached such a level? Even some of the geniuses who didn't know Lin Ling were constantly asking about Lin Ling's name. At this moment, Lin Ling's reputation soared among the 2nd generation. Furthermore, he had successfully passed the 1st round. Ah ha 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 ha. Vice Headmaster Gong laughed heartily from the giant lotus. He did not say anything, but his laughter was like an invisible slap that ruthlessly landed on the old man's face. Lin Ling had given Resplendent Academy a lot of face. The vice headmaster of Congling Academy beside him had a gloomy face. He did not say a word, but he had already secretly sent out an order. Any 2nd generation who met Lin Ling was to beat him to death. Of course, while he was angry, he was also puzzled. How did Lin Ling know the mystic light plum shadow palm? Moreover, he was even more powerful than Luo Xinxiang. According to what he knew, Luo Xinxiang was the most powerful person in Congling Academy. He was filled with doubts. He never would have thought that Lin Ling's 10,000 elephant devil eyes and ultimate martial path had reached a level beyond his imagination. The 1st round passed. Very good, I hope you will meet me in the 2nd round. Genji sneered. He was actually excited about this. The following battles were getting more and more exciting. The weaker 2nd generation were most afraid of meeting a strong 2nd generation because it would cause the battle to be one-sided. Of course, the weak would definitely be eliminated in the face of great waves. Finally, it was the turn of a tit-for-tat battle. Moreover, both of them were from Resplendent Academy. Bullshit. Vice Headmaster Gong said in anger. Because the one who appeared in this battle was Si Xuanmei and the other person was Red Enchantress. Si Xuanmei and Lin Ling were both 2nd generation newcomers. Red Enchantress was a veteran 2nd generation, but she was also the #1 person in the Fire Dao department. When the two women appeared, the entire martial stage fell silent. This was a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Moreover, both of them were 1st-class beauties. Who would be the winner? Si Xuanmei, you're the #1 rookie of the 2nd generation, but if you want to challenge me, you're still a bit lacking. I can tell you that in this year, my strength has greatly increased. Red Enchantress had absolute confidence. If Lin Ling can defeat a veteran 2nd generation, why can't I? A sword appeared in Si Xuanmei's hand as a cold aura spread out. Use your 5th grade 10,000 star unparalleled body. Let's see if your talent is better or mine. Red Enchantress was very familiar with Si Xuanmei's strength. Boom. The two quickly clashed. On one side, terrifying flames soared into the sky. On the other, sword-like crisscrossed. This battle was the most intense battle so far. Many people held their breaths as they stared at the battle. Red Enchantress, that is Blue Enchantress's older sister. Can she win? Tang Yue frowned as she looked at the arena. She seemed a bit worried. Lin Ling's expression was calm. After carefully watching for a while, he finally shook his head. Si Xuanmei's talent can absorb other people's talent. It is very heaven-defying. Unfortunately, she only used it crudely in the past. But now she can already fuse that talent into her own sword path. What does this mean? Tang Yue was even more worried. It means that she has already used the swallowing talent as nourishment to increase her realm. Lin Ling said word by word. Boom boom boom. The battle on the arena shook the heavens and earth. Red Enchantress's flames dimmed as she cried out in shock. Your strength has definitely reached the half-step true god realm. In the past, Si Xuanmei was at the peak of the World King realm. Now her strength had doubled. In the past, I didn't know how to use the power of my talent. But now, because of someone, I understand. Si Xuanmei quietly put away her sword and turned to leave. She was indescribably confident. The crowd immediately stirred. Talent, every genius had it. But to be able to display the advantages of one's talent and know their weaknesses, this wasn't something that just anyone could do. And Si Xuanmei seemed to be able to display the advantages of her talent. Lin Ling, if you meet me, you will die. Just as she was about to leave the arena, Si Xuanmei drew her sword and pointed it at Lin Ling. Her beautiful face was filled with a sinister look. Same. Lin Ling immediately replied. This was related to Inyue, so he wouldn't be lenient. Red Enchantress's face was ashen. She thought that her strength had greatly increased, but who knew that Si Xuanmei was even more fierce? She also left the arena and came to Lin Ling's side. She warned, Lin Ling, don't underestimate her. Her strength has reached the half-step true god realm. Moreover, I have a feeling that she still hasn't erupted with her full strength against me. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Ling smiled and replied, I will defeat her for you. Indeed, the world was fair. Lin Ling had 2 Danshuns and the evil flame transformation. He could crazily increase his strength, but others could do the same. Moreover, Si Xuanmei had defeated Red Enchantress. This meant that her strength was much greater than Lin Ling's. This also meant that her strength had risen to a terrifying degree. Chapter 2562. The second round of preliminaries. The first round of the preliminaries continued, and the strongest second-generation disciples of the 3 great academies also participated. Unfortunately, their opponents were too weak, causing them to not use their full strength. On the contrary, other than Si Xuanmei, there was another person who was also shining brightly, becoming a dark horse just like Si Xuanmei. That person was shockingly Xianxia. This person's talent was also a 5th awakened divine body. Coupled with the corresponding martial arts, he was actually very powerful. He didn't even need to lift a finger to defeat his opponent. With a twitch of his brows, his opponent was bound by the vines and admitted defeat. His talent was indeed heaven-defying. It was as if he could grow plants anywhere in the world. As for his martial Dao, it was the true realm of the wood Dao. Lin Ling, I'll wait for you in the second round. After he left, he immediately declared war on Lin Ling. The crowd was in an uproar. As of now, there were 2 dark horses who wanted to challenge Lin Ling, Si Xuanmei and Xianxia. What made people surprised was that Lin Ling actually made 2 dark horses challenge him. Lin Ling had defeated Luo Xinxiang. He was not qualified to be a dark horse. In an instant, Lin Ling's reputation soared again with the help of the 2's reputation. If you meet me, you will feel very unlucky. Lin Ling had no idea why Xianxia wanted to fight him, but he was not afraid in the slightest. Boom. The hearts of the cultivators of the 3 academies and the large number of cultivators rumbled. Lin Ling was still as arrogant as ever. As expected of Lin Ling. Although I feel that he's too insolent, he's still given face to the Resplendent Academy. This is what a martial artist should be like. In the Resplendent Academy, all the geniuses admired Lin Ling because Lin Ling represented the Resplendent Academy to accept the challenge from the Zhongling Academy. As for those people from Tating Commandery who were hiding in the dark, they sneered at this moment. They could not wait to see this scene. Of course, there were only 5,000 geniuses in the second round. Lin Ling would also begin to meet the people they invited. Not long after, the second round of preliminaries began. For Lin Ling, there was still no opponent who could move him at the beginning of the preliminaries. But soon Yu went on stage. Wow, another beauty. Tiske, she's comparable to Luo Xinxiang. I heard that she's Lin Ling's woman. No one else has a chance. What's going on? How can such a beautiful woman be taken by Lin Ling? Many people's eyes lit up when they saw Yu Yu. And Yu Yu's opponent was a scholarly youth holding a fan. He smiled as he looked at Yu Yu. Very good. I am Tong Xiushan, a peak world king with a 4th grade awakened divine body and a high 3rd grade martial skill. But I've also touched upon the threshold of 4th grade martial skills. Compared to Lin Ling, how do I fare? Yu Yu frowned. She did not understand why the other party would say that. Tong Xiushan smiled. Lin Ling has already fought 2 dark horses. He's bound to lose. So why don't you follow me? My strength is much better than that trash Lin Ling. Moreover, I'll treat you well. He was openly tempting Yu Yu, causing Yu Yu's beautiful eyebrows to furrow even more. Wow, Tong Xiushan is so bold. He's actually tempting such a beauty. If he succeeds, Lin Ling will be so angry that he'll smoke from his 7 orifices. The geniuses of Heavenly Saint Academy clamored. How about it? I can tell you one more thing. I'm about to become a 1st-generation genius. That's a height that Lin Ling will never be able to catch up to, Tong Xiushan said. As a 2nd-generation genius, he naturally had absolute confidence in himself. Okay. Yu Yu suddenly smiled and nodded. Tong Xiushan couldn't help but be overjoyed. Even the clamoring around him became louder. But you have to defeat me. However, Yu Yu's next sentence made the surrounding voices disappear in an instant. Was this the only condition? Defeat him, senior brother Tong. It was human nature to watch a show. Many people were looking forward to Lin Ling's woman being snatched away. Isn't that simple? From now on, Goddess Yu Yu will leave that trash Lin Ling. Tong Xiushan was wondering what kind of condition it would be, but it turned out to be so simple. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a colorful light bloomed in front of him. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Moreover, it was accompanied by the melody of the ultimate martial path. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. In the next moment, people saw that Tong Xiushan had been slapped in the face. Was Yu Yu? Tong Xiushan was stunned. What a fast speed. And what were those multicolored lights? Not bad, but I like it. Tong Xiushan didn't feel embarrassed. The rarer the beauty, the more he liked it. He muttered to himself, now it's my turn. Don't worry, I won't destroy you. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another crisp sound of a slap was heard. It was so fast that he couldn't even detect it. Slap. Tong Xiushan was still in shock when another slap was heard. He was hit until he was dizzy. What was happening? He had been paying close attention to Yu Yu, but it was still useless. That speed has surpassed the speed of a realm. Only the strong cultivators on the high platform were muttering to themselves. That was why Tong Xiushan was being hit. Slap. The crisp sound of slapping continued to be heard. Yu Yu didn't use any tricks. She just slapped his face. Wait, can you not hit my face? Slap. Enough, I'm a man. I won't do it more than 3 times. Slap. You've gone too far. Slap, slap, slap. I won't do it again. I admit defeat. Then, something that made people not know whether to laugh or cry happened. Tong Xiushan was slapped in the face and he admitted defeat. When the crowd came to their senses, they saw a pig head standing on the martial arts platform. Was that the polite Tong Xiushan from before? This guy wants to compete with Lin Ling for a woman? Yu Yu's temper is getting worse. Lin Ling, who was below the martial arts platform, wasn't worried about Yu Yu's situation at all. He shook his head helplessly. Beside him, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were stunned. Yu Yu is so powerful? Moreover, her methods were too harsh. She slapped Tong Xiushan's face and made him admit defeat. That was a disgrace to men. Seeing Tong Xiushan leave, many people looked at Lin Ling enviously. Because they could see that Yu Yu was so angry because she stood up for Lin Ling. It was every man's dream to have such a beautiful and powerful woman protect Lin Ling personally. I hope I'll meet him in the 2nd round. I'll defeat him and make that woman leave him. Lin Ling's strength can't be underestimated. To defeat him, one must at least be in the top 10 of the 3 academies. Let's wait and see. Many rich 2nd generations were eager to fight, as if Lin Ling was a soft persimmon. Of course, this was normal. So far, Lin Ling hadn't encountered a tough fight. Even Lin Ling was a little depressed. He hoped that his opponent in the 2nd round would be stronger. Not long after, it was finally his turn to fight in the 2nd round of preliminaries. The geniuses of the 3 academies were all silent at this moment. The deans of the 3 academies also narrowed their eyes. They all hoped that there would be a good opponent this time. Unfortunately, the person who appeared was Lin Ling's acquaintance. After the drawing of lots, the two figures on the martial arts platform breathed heavily and then smiled bitterly. Because the opponent was Tang Shu from Square Commandery. He and Lin Ling had traveled together in the Nine Dragons realm and had known each other for a long time. Chapter 2563. A Dark Horse. When Tang Shu's voice came out, the whole world seemed to be silent. Behind Tang Shu, the geniuses roared again and again. What the hell is senior brother Tang Shu doing? He is the second-generation genius of the academy. I heard that Lin Ling and Tang Yue are very close. I didn't expect that in order to help his sister, Tang Shu would even throw away his reputation. Lin Ling is really fucking lucky. Angry voices could be heard everywhere. Lin Ling had easily passed the second round, which made many people feel very unsatisfied. On the martial stage, Tang Shu did not care about the dissatisfaction around him. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling with a wry smile. Because he and Lin Ling had already fought, he was not Lin Ling's opponent at all. Lin Ling also smiled bitterly. He also wanted to meet a strong opponent to fight, but unfortunately, the heavens did not comply with his wishes. Trash. After Tang Shu left the martial stage, more curses floated out. Tang Shu was stunned, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He disdained to explain anything. However, Lin Ling frowned. Tang Shu was already his friend. How could he be humiliated by these short-sighted people? Shut up. If you are not convinced, come and fight. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked around indifferently. His words undoubtedly caused a huge uproar. The geniuses did not expect that Lin Ling would be so arrogant after getting a bargain. Just you wait, the third round will be your end. Some powerful geniuses reprimanded loudly. Did Lin Ling not know that he relied on luck to pass? In this regard, Lin Ling only sneered. What will come, he was looking forward to an opponent that could move him. The second round was still intense. The strongest second-generation geniuses also fought, but unfortunately their opponents were too weak. They still could not display their ability. It would be very difficult to encounter a strong opponent in an elimination battle with 5,000 people. However, the spectators were still in high spirits. Even many first-generation geniuses were watching from afar, their faces very solemn. It was because they saw a resplendent new star. It wouldn't be long before he would definitely step into the ranks of this generation, threatening their positions. The difference between the first generation and the second generation was the amount of cultivation time. The first generation had a longer time to cultivate. The number one dark horse, Xuanmei, is fighting. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Even the vice-deans of the three great academies were filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, Xuanmei's opponent was not strong. He was only ranked 33rd among the second generation, so she won easily. Seeing this, some people felt regretful, while others were shocked by Xuanmei's power. Xuanmei had been defeated in the past, but she had made a comeback today. Looking at Lin Ling again, he seemed to be stuck in the same spot. He was bound to be washed away by Xuanmei. However, the next battle caused everyone's mood to soar once again. That's Luo Wanjie, the 7th generation of the Heavenly Saint Institute. He's fighting. That was in the past. It is said that his strength has increased greatly and he is going to fight for the first place. Overall, his battle prowess is probably in the top 3 of Heavenly Saint Institute. This guy who doesn't show his strength is really powerful. Is he from the only commandery? Curious voices were heard. Until now, there were no powerful geniuses in the only commandery, except for the top 10 geniuses in Qingzhou. Therefore, Luo Wanjie attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes also lit up in the distance. Brother Ling, is Luo Wanjie very powerful? Yu noticed Lin Ling's gaze and could not help but ask. Up until now, there were not many second-generation geniuses who could move Lin Ling, so Yu was curious. It's not him, it's his opponent. Interesting, this battle will be very interesting. Lin Ling suddenly laughed. Hearing this, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was more curious about Luo Wanjie's opponent? At this moment, Luo Wanjie's opponent appeared. It was a short and strong young man with slightly dark skin. He looked extremely ordinary. I, Luo Wanjie, am the son of a concubine in the only commandery. I was bullied since I was young. The prince's mansion threw me into the 10,000 demon realm, wanting me to be doomed forever. However, I was tough. I drank the demon king's milk and killed countless people. In the end, I returned to the only commandery and killed all the young princes who bullied me, regaining my mother's dignity. Luo Wanjie was the first to speak on the martial arts platform. He grew up in the 10,000 demon realm? Was he brought there by the demon king? Hearing his words, many people's faces changed slightly. No wonder Luo Wanjie always gave people a tyrannical feeling. It was because of this. No wonder no one had heard of his name. It turned out that the only commandery did not recognize his existence from the beginning. However, after his strength increased, the only commandery started to pay attention to him. Brother Luo is really powerful. On the opposite side, the short and strong young man bowed and said. He looked very honest. I won't let you go, Luo Wanjie said lightly. He took a step forward and a powerful attack burst out. Peak of the World King Realm, 5th grade talent. His first attack was a high-grade 3rd grade martial art. At present, the World King Realm could only cultivate 3rd grade boundary origin martial arts. However, some monstrous people with strong perception could cultivate 4th grade martial arts. Of course, having a 4th grade martial art might not be as powerful as a 3rd grade martial art. In the end, it was affected by the level of cultivation. Therefore, it was just right to use a 3rd grade martial art. Brother Luo, I won't admit defeat so easily. The short and strong young man on the opposite side also moved. He threw out an ordinary punch. It was also a high-grade 3rd grade martial art. As for cultivation and talent, he was also at the peak of the World King Realm. However, his talent was only at the 3rd grade and he had no advantage. As the preliminaries went on, every genius had their own advantages. The short and strong young man seemed to have no advantage at all. Demon-resistant divine body. At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Then he saw the doubts of the people around him and explained, this talent is very ordinary. The only advantage is that it has a strong defense. It can pour boundary origin energy into the body and its demon resistance is very good. It looks very ordinary. Falling flowers and flowing water said. Sometimes, the more ordinary something is, the more powerful it is. Lin Ling shook his head. Boom, boom, boom. On the martial stage, deafening sounds continued to resound. No one was optimistic about the short and strong young man. However, what was surprising was that he was extremely difficult to deal with. What's your name? Luo Wanjie couldn't help but ask. His opponent was unknown but had blocked many of his moves. It was impossible for him not to be surprised. In all fairness, his opponent's strength could enter the top 10 of the academy. Black Stone. Black Stone. The short and strong young man gasped for breath. Okay, I'll remember your name. However, you should have reached your limit. Lose for me. Defeat. Luo Wanjie attacked again. He turned into a sand fog and pressed down from all angles. Bang, bang. The battle became more and more intense. Everyone thought that this time, Black Stone would be defeated. Chapter 2564. The 3rd round had arrived. What? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Could it be another dark horse? 100 miles profound sky drum. Luo Wanjie's face became more serious. He knew that if he did not use his trump card, he could not win. A war drum appeared in his hand and he beat it fiercely. The sandstorm swept over Black Stone like a gust of wind, turning the martial stage into a desert. 100 miles profound sky drum, a 1st grade immortal treasure. An ancient expert exclaimed. That treasure, combined with Luo Wanjie's talent, could make the attack unstoppable. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes also lit up. Was it another unstoppable attack? In the past, when he was fighting a half-step true immortal realm expert in the 9 Dragons realm, there was one who had such a heaven-defying attack. It could be said that unless the gap in strength was very big, Luo Wanjie would definitely win. In fact, people also felt that Luo Wanjie would definitely win. Only Lin Ling shook his head lightly. It's over. Sir, what do you mean? Beside him, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword exclaimed. Wasn't Luo Wanjie going to win? Unstoppable attacks can definitely suppress opponents of the same strength. However, if the opponent suddenly explodes with a stronger strength, those unstoppable attacks will become useless. Lin Ling said lightly, Black Stone, the situation is set. Ultimate Stone Path, Stone Heart, descend. Stone Heart. Stone Heart was the same as Sword Heart. Only those who had the true realm of Tao could comprehend it. Whoosh. At this moment, Black Stone maintained his punching posture. The terrifying thing was that his surroundings were quiet, as if the chaos in the universe was affected by him. He punched out and there was nothing he couldn't destroy. Whoosh. The sandstorm was blown away. A fist was like a meteor, piercing through 10,000 worlds and arriving in front of Luo Wanjie. Senior Luo, you lost. Stone Heart. When the voice sounded, Luo Wanjie's face froze. He finally left helplessly. Without any suspense, exclamations sounded from all around. This unknown short and strong youth was actually so strong. He could be called a dark horse. In this way 3 dark horses were born. Ultimate stone path? Powerful indeed. Worthy of being a monster. Above the gigantic lotus, the imperial censor exclaimed in admiration. A genius who possessed the true realm of Tao was obviously stronger. Most importantly, the black stone gave him a good feeling. He was as steady as a mountain and he took one step at a time. He clearly didn't have a powerful talent or weapon, but he relied on his willpower to create a world. This also showed that talent was sometimes not everything. Lord Linling, you're amazing. You actually knew that he would win. At this moment, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others were looking at Linling with admiration. His martial arts experience is truly terrifying. I'm afraid he has already cultivated tens of thousands of grade 3 martial arts, and grade 2 martial arts are definitely over 100 million. Sometimes, cultivating more martial arts is also an advantage. Linling solemnly said. Heisher was a good opponent. Moreover, Heisher had relied on perseverance and diligence to rise up. Such a martial artist deserved even more admiration. In the second round, other than Heisher's battle, everything else was ordinary. However, apart from the 3 strongest second-generation heirs, there were 3 more dark horses that attracted the most attention at the moment. Who would be able to dominate the world in the end? Undoubtedly, this made people very curious. Next, the Pride tournament began to have a short break because night had fallen. Everyone was resting in place. As martial artists, they had long been accustomed to sitting cross-legged to recover. You're Linling. When Linling and the others were resting, an uninvited guest came. Was Heisher. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others immediately panicked. Heisher was a dark horse. His status and strength were far beyond them. They hurriedly bowed and said, Brother Heisher. Seeing this, Heisher panicked and said, I can't bear it, I can't bear it. I'm here to see Brother Linling. Could be seen that in the past he was a small character. Even if his strength had greatly increased, he still didn't look down on everyone. I'm Linling. Linling had a good impression of Heisher and immediately smiled. I saw your battle on the martial field. You are the only one who dared to practice a 5th-grade martial art. Heisher immediately bowed to Linling. He had practiced many martial arts so he knew how fierce Linling was. After all, a world king who could practice a 4th-grade martial art was a monstrous talent. But Linling had a 5th-grade martial art. Many people believed that Linling's 5th-grade martial art was only scratching the surface, and its power couldn't even compare to a high 3rd-grade martial art. However, Heisher didn't think so. He believed that Linling's Ashura sword array was absolutely extraordinary. I hope to fight with you. I don't know if I will have the chance. Heisher said. If there is a lucky chance, then there will be a chance. Linling nodded. He was also looking forward to fighting with this martial arts maniac. Good, I will wait for you in the 3rd round. Heisher was very excited. Although there were many geniuses in the Pride tournament, he didn't know why, but he felt that Linling was the fiercest. This was because Linling was also a rising 2nd-generation talent. His cultivation time was the same as his. Haha, you might not meet him in the 3rd round. By the time the 4th round arrives, he might have already been eliminated. Because the next 2,000 people are all true monstrous geniuses. You can't rely on luck to pass. At this time, a voice came from the distance. The speaker was one of the dark horses, Xianxia, and beside him was a woman, Luo Xinxiang. At this time, she was looking at Linling with a strange look in her eyes. Get lost. This is the territory of Resplendent Academy. Do you want to be chased away by us? In response, Linling lightly smiled. His words caused Xianxia to coldly snort and turn around to leave. As for Luo Xinxiang, she looked deeply at Linling and finally left. Linling, why do I feel like she is interested in you? Seeing this, Yu frowned and said. She believed in a woman's intuition. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Linling was speechless. You didn't do anything? You defeated her with Luo Xinxiang's proudest move and tore her clothes. You have already left a deep shadow in her heart. Yu said with jealousy. Linling shook his head helplessly. What was this? The night passed silently. The next day, the highly anticipated 3rd round arrived. Currently, there were still 2,500 second-generation talents. And there was no doubt about the intensity of the following battles. Especially the geniuses who had experienced tough battles, they were even more eye-catching. Even the experts of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty were looking forward to it. And the drawing of lots continued. After an unknown period of time, it was finally Linling's turn. And this time he was the one to draw lots. Many people immediately looked at Linling. So far Linling had not fought a tough battle. Regarding his strength, some people were curious while others were disdainful. Number 87,572. After the voice resounded, many people looked around. However, when a figure leaped onto the martial platform, the surroundings immediately quieted down. The disciple of Qingzhou's top 10 sword celestials, Mu Yuyang. Chapter 2565. A tough battle. It's actually him. Falling Flower Flowing Water immediately cried out in alarm, his face turning ugly. Isn't Si Xuanmei the strongest of the 10 great sword immortals of the Azure State? He shouldn't be that strong. Xian Yuange also frowned. In terms of talent, Si Xuanmei is indeed the strongest. But in terms of strength, Mu Yuyang is stronger. This is because Mu Yuyang has cultivated for almost 2,000 years. It is said that if he doesn't break through to the World King realm, he will be stripped of his title as the second generation of Heavenly Saint Academy and become the second generation of the past. Falling Flower Flowing Water solemnly said. He was no longer a genius but a genius that was about to age. Although he was old, his strength could not be underestimated. The surrounding crowd also knew of Mu Yuyang's strength. They all cheered. Lin Ling was about to be eliminated. Crush him. The vice president of Heavenly Saint Academy coldly sneered. There was no suspense in this battle. Unless Lin Ling's strength greatly increased after the battle on the martial field, he would lose without a doubt. You are the one who bullied my junior sister? On the martial stage, Mu Yuyang didn't make a move. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling, his words mixed with anger. Bully? When she harmed others, why didn't you say she bullied others? Also, what does this have to do with you? Mu Yuyang's attitude made Lin Ling extremely unhappy. It was as if he had already eaten him. Si Xuanmei and I are both disciples of the 10 great sword immortals of the Azure State. You bullying her is the same as slapping my face. Do you understand? Mu Yuyang slowly drew his sword. His sword was black and a wisp of Azura energy filled the air. I will give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my junior sister. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I will spare your life. If you refuse, I have 100 ways to torture you. Of course I won't kill you. In this moment where everyone is watching, I will only torture you properly. Clang. As his sword came out, an indifferent aura filled the martial stage. Kneel down and apologize to Si Xuanmei? And then be killed by Si Xuanmei? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. This person was so arrogant that he had lost his mind. Then speak with your sword. Lin Ling was also too lazy to talk nonsense. The aura around his body rose steadily like the Akalanatha. Are you still not going to draw your sword? Seeing this, Mu Yuyang frowned. He seemed to be very familiar with Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling was an expert with the sword. I don't need it for you. Lin Ling shouted mockingly and also began to attack. He took a step forward, causing the martial platform to shake. Without using any martial arts, he simply threw out a punch. Sometimes, when dealing with someone weaker than you, the simpler the trick, the more effective it was. Arrogant. Mu Yuyang roared. He was ranked 7th among the second generation of the academy. Since when was it Lin Ling's turn to be arrogant? If Lin Ling doesn't use his sword, then let him never use it. He immediately unsheathed his sword, and his Omega Sword Dao roared. His cultivation level was incredibly high. However, Lin Ling's fist didn't change. It was as if he was going straight for the enemy. Mu Yuyang was at the peak of the World King realm, and his talent was 4th grade. As for his martial arts, he was currently using high 3rd grade. Against such an opponent, he didn't need to use his Sword Dao or Fire Dao. Clang. However, Mu Yuyang's sword was indeed amazing. It was as fast as lightning and it was sharp. In his eyes, his sword was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling's chest. One move is enough to defeat you. He seemed to see the light of victory. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling's waist twisted like a top, and he actually dodged the fast sword. His fist smashed into the sword from the side. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out, causing Mu Yuyang's expression to change drastically. The crowd's pupils constricted. Up until now, Lin Ling hadn't used any powerful trump cards. It seemed that he only relied on his fists to deal with his opponent. It was extremely simple. That's all. Only. Mu Yuyang was slightly shocked, and then he slashed out with his sword. Fast. Incomparably fast. However, no matter how fast it couldn't be faster than Lin Ling's myriad demon eyes. His entire body leaned back, narrowly avoiding the slash. Then, like a carp jumping up, he stood up straight and his fist chased after the sword. What a powerful reaction. Clang. At this moment, even the 3 vice dean's pupils constricted. It was very dangerous to engage in close combat with a swordsman, but Lin Ling had succeeded, dodging the fatal sword strikes one after another. One had to know that the speed of those swords was the speed of a world. Ordinary people couldn't avoid them at all. Clang. Lin Ling's fist smashed into the sword again, causing Mu Yuyang to fly into a rage. However, in his rage, he didn't realize that Lin Ling's fist had struck out again. Bang! Before the 3 ferocious punches, under countless gazes, the sword was actually broken by Lin Ling. Although the sword wasn't an immortal treasure, it was still a top-grade treasure. You! Mu Yuyang held the broken sword, and his expression changed drastically. Then he roared and a black sword suddenly floated behind him. The black sword split into 2, then 4, and gradually there were 49 swords. Azure chi permeated the air at this moment. Are you surprised, Lin Ling? You didn't expect me to know this sword formation, right? After the swords floated out, Mu Yuyang's face was filled with pride. Because this was the Azure sword formation. This was a 5th grade Emperor grade sword technique and he had actually learned it. One had to know that until now, he was the only one who had revealed a 5th grade boundary origin martial art. Of course, if you counted the battle on the drill ground, Lin Ling was also one. No wonder he was so confident. The 7th generation of Heavenly Saint Academy, he really lived up to his reputation. Good, senior brother Mu defeat him. On the Heavenly Saint Academy's side, many of the 2nd generation were proud. Even their vice deans nodded in satisfaction, as if they had already expected this result. He also knows the Azure sword formation? On the Radiant Academy's side, everyone exclaimed. The Azure sword formation was practically Lin Ling's name, and now there was another name. This was the Battle of the Kings of the Azure sword formation. Draw your sword. The moment the sword formation appeared, Mu Yuyang's aura became even sharper. I still say the same thing, you're not qualified. At the same time, flames spread out from Lin Ling's body, and those were multicolored flames. Flame Dao Descent. Demonic flame transformation. This cultivation technique came from the ancient era, so no one knew its grade. However, many people knew that Lin Ling possessed this mysterious martial art, and its power seemed to be pretty good. Not drawing your sword? You're going to lose. Mu Yuyang never expected that Lin Ling would still not draw his sword. He immediately pointed forward. Shio. Dang. However, the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling used his fists to block the Azure sword formation. This guy was crazy. That kind of momentum left many geniuses speechless. They had to admit that the current Lin Ling was indeed very impressive. Of course, facing the fierce Azure sword formation, Lin Ling's fists were obviously not strong enough. Although he could smash the sword, it was obvious that he could not change the trajectory of the sword. Chapter 2566. The battle between the 1st and 2nd place. Haha, it seems like your reputation is undeserved. You only know this move. Mu Yuyang let out an arrogant voice. Lin Ling was on the verge of defeat, but he still did not use his other trump cards. This meant that Lin Ling had no more trump cards left. His strongest trump card was his current move. Of course, many people had the same thought. Victory and defeat were about to be decided. If it was anyone else, they would have used a stronger move. If they didn't, then they had nothing left. Playing the Ashura sword formation in front of me. At this moment, Lin Ling sneered. Compared to the Ashura sword formation, who could compare to him? Mu Yuyang thought that he had reached his limit. He didn't know that Lin Ling could block 49 swords with his fist. This was a very difficult thing to do. It's time to use 30% of my strength. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Of course, while he was thinking, he was still entangled by the 49 swords. His body kept retreating and it was obvious that he couldn't block them. Some soft-hearted martial artists even broke out in cold sweat for Lin Ling. Is that all? This is giving him a taste of his own medicine. In the distance, Qian Suo revealed a disdainful smile. Using the Ashura sword formation to defeat Lin Ling was a good idea. It seems like the 3rd round is his limit. Compared to me, he's strong in the early stages but lacking in the later stages. On the other side, Si Xuanmei nodded secretly. At this moment, everyone had their own thoughts, but no one thought that Lin Ling could win. Boom 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 boom. However, at this moment a sudden change occurred. The Azura swords that were chasing after Lin Ling were all blasted away. How can this be? He obviously couldn't block my swords before. The sudden explosion caused Mu Yuyang to cry out in alarm, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. After the Ashura swords were blasted away, they once again shot towards Lin Ling, but the result was the same. They were blasted away again. After 3 consecutive times. Bang bang bang. The sound of glass shattering resounded. Under countless gazes, All 49 Azura swords shattered. His sword was broken again. Moreover, Lin Ling only relied on his fists. Could it be that this guy's strongest point is his fists? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, and their breaths were like bellows. Obviously, they were all frightened. In fact, Mu Yuyang was the one who was scared the most. His body trembled as he looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Why were you unable to do anything to the Ashura sword formation before, but now you can destroy it? Bang! Lin Ling was like a giant with flames burning all over his body. Step by step he walked towards Mu Yuyang. His long hair danced in the wind like an evil god. In truth, I've improved my Fire Dao martial technique to the second transformation. His voice was faintly discernible, but it was like thunder. He was currently at the 9th stage of the World King realm. After using the first transformation of the Evil Flame transformation, he could reach the 10th stage of the World King realm. And before this, when he used the second transformation, the Heaven-Shaking transformation, his strength had instantly surpassed the World King realm. In addition, he was far too familiar with the Ashura sword formation, thus he was able to use his fists to strike the swords and destroy them. You think you can stand up for Si Xuanmei? After a moment, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of Mu Yuyang, overlooking him. You think you have the qualifications to play with the Ashura sword formation? You think you have 100 ways to make me helpless? These 3 questions were overbearing, all directed towards Mu Yuyang. Mu Yuyang looked up, unable to refute. Lin Ling's words were like a silent slap that ruthlessly fell on his face. Do you see this fist? You only have the qualifications to make me use my fist. Lin Ling lifted his fist, flames burning in his palm. He ruthlessly punched out, "Get out of my way." That fist caused Mu Yuyang to bend over like a shrimp. He was sent flying backwards, smashing off the martial stage. He had thoroughly lost. In the 3rd round, Lin Ling smoothly passed. As for the crowd, they were shocked as they watched Lin Ling leave. Now Lin Ling had finally experienced a tough battle. It had to be known that Mu Yuyang possessed the Ashura sword formation and his strength could not be underestimated. This was just like how Lin Ling had defeated many opponents in the past with the Ashura sword formation. But even such a powerful second generation had been defeated. This meant that Lin Ling's strength was truly terrifying. It looks like he is also a dark horse. It was unknown who shouted this out, but the crowd fell silent. Another dark horse had been born. Not really. He should have erupted with his full strength before and only barely managed to defeat senior apprentice brother Mu Yuyang. That's right. Compared to Si Xuanmei, Thousand Lock and Blackstone, he is still a bit weaker. Even so, he was able to defeat the powerful second generation. His strength is not bad. He is indeed a dark horse. Although many people did not want to admit Lin Ling's position, they could not deny that Lin Ling was indeed a dark horse. In this way, apart from the 3 strongest second generation and 3 dark horses, there was also Lin Ling who had hopes of competing for the position of Pride's #1 seed. As for the giant lotus, Vice Principal Gong nodded his head in satisfaction. Lin Ling did not disappoint him. Their resplendent academy finally had another dark horse. As for the other 2 vice principals, their faces turned ugly. This was because there were 2 dark horses in the resplendent academy. What an interesting kid. That must have been the demonic flame transformation. No wonder he was so strong. The imperial censor who had been silent all this while laughed. Beside him, the Grand Secretary nodded his head. In the previous battle on the drill ground, that kid used the space-time divine steel. Although it was said that it was controlled by another person, he still has a lot of secrets. This kid has the qualifications to enter the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Of course, the other geniuses also have their own secrets. They cannot be underestimated. The imperial censor said. Every genius had a powerful trump card. Lin Ling was not the only one who had such a trump card. Therefore he only slightly valued Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling was not very famous before. Now that he had gained the attention of the imperial censor, it could be said that he had shocked the world. But what makes me curious is, did he use his full strength before? The Grand Secretary suddenly said, causing the imperial censor to be stunned. He was also looking forward to it. The demonic flame transformation was very difficult to cultivate. Currently, Lin Ling was able to use the second transformation, which was amazing. He should not be able to comprehend the third transformation. The following 3rd round was much more ordinary. What was surprising was that the most dazzling battle was still Lin Ling's battle. 2,000 people were reduced to 1,000 in an instant. The 4th round was about to begin. This round was an intense battle. Resplendent Academy's #1 second generation, Genji, against Songling Academy's number 2 second generation, Sima Bubi. Number 1 against number 2, this was no doubt the most eye-catching battle of the 4th round. Genji's strength was not to be doubted. Sima Bubi's strength was not weak either. But could he challenge number 1? I can defeat a half-step true god, Sima Bubi said confidently the moment he entered the arena. Genji was not a weakling. Therefore he did not need to use any tricks. He could just use his full strength. Is that so? Then have a taste of my darkness. Chapter 2567. Dark Horse against Dark Horse. Genji's talent was a 5th grade, but he was able to display his talent to the limit. He was even more powerful than Si Xuanmei. A mighty black fog filled the air, so dark that it seemed like it could absorb any light. Seeing this, Sima Bubi's face turned solemn. He waved his right hand and an ice coffin appeared. He slapped the ice coffin and countless icicles shot out. His martial arts weren't too strong, but his talent wasn't weak either. Most importantly, he had displayed his talent to the limit. It had to be known that a true monstrous genius would either have powerful martial arts or a talent that specialized in bitter cultivation. They could each display their own abilities. So powerful. Countless people stared at the stage, their blood boiling. This battle could be considered the most powerful battle since the Pride Tournament began, because both of them had the strength to defeat a half-step true immortal, and they were only at the peak of the World King realm. From this, one could see how terrifying they were. Ping ping ping. Terrifying icicles pierced through the sky, freezing the skies of Three Ring City and causing the black fog to slow down. Profound ice rain body. Lin Ling also stared at the ice coffin, his eyes flashing. This talent was a bit heaven-defying. Brother Ling, is this talent very powerful? Yu Yu immediately asked curiously. And Yuera's talent was also of the ice attribute. She didn't know how she compared to Sima Bubi, specialized in breaking true realm of Dao martial arts. Lin Ling only said a few words, but it caused everyone's faces to freeze. Specialized in breaking true realm of Dao martial arts? This meant that against Sima Bubi martial arts were useless. This talent was heaven-defying. No wonder he's called Sima Bubi. He really is undefeated. It seems that at their level they still have to compete with their talents. Is Sima Bubi's talent that ice coffin? The chess boy exclaimed. These were all geniuses he had to look up to. He didn't know when he would be able to reach such heights. Yes, that's an ice coffin left behind by an ancient. He was lucky enough to obtain it. Lin Ling nodded. Speaking of which, he had fought an opponent in the past. His talent was also obtained from an ancient's corpse. It was also obtained from the chaos of the universe. Will Sima Bubi win? Yu Yu asked curiously. Hard to say. Lin Ling shook his head. Genji is obviously familiar with Sima Bubi, that's why he didn't use any martial arts, but used his innate talent. Those icicles couldn't stop the black fog from spreading. Indeed, not long after he spoke, the black fog still spread to Sima Bubi. Seeing that, the crowd clenched their fists and became even more nervous. It was rumored that no one had ever been able to escape from Genji's black fog. Would Sima Bubi be able to create a miracle? Of course, there was an exception, and that was Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling was also drowned by Genji's talent, but he walked out unscathed and even embarrassed Genji. However, only the people of Resplendent Academy knew about this. In the darkness, Sima Bubi's face turned solemn. His body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the ice coffin in the next moment, like a corpse in deep slumber. He knew that the darkness wanted to absorb his realm essence, but he would not let the darkness succeed. What a powerful innate gift. He actually fell into a deep sleep. He must have cultivated the ice slumber technique. No one could see the battle in the darkness, but the 3 vice presidents could. Someone laughed. Ice slumber technique? Could it be that undying and indestructible cultivation technique? After awakening, one's strength will increase by 30%? Someone exclaimed. Obviously they had heard of this cultivation technique before. It was said to be a 5th grade realm essence martial art. This was the 3rd genius to possess a 5th grade realm essence martial art since the start of the Pride Tournament. Of course, a 5th grade realm essence martial art was too difficult to cultivate. Sima Bubi had only scratched the surface. However, this was enough. With the words 5th grade, the power brought about by scratching the surface was extremely terrifying. It seems like he will be the first to walk out of the darkness. Someone else said, looking forward to it. At this moment, Genji's eyes flashed. At this moment, the ice coffin opened and a transparent giant walked out. His strength was extremely terrifying, surpassing the World King realm. My strength surpasses the World King realm by 3 realms. An ancient voice floated out from the crystal giant's mouth. Moreover, it floated out of the darkness, shocking the entire audience. Could it be that Sima Bu-Bai was going to turn defeat into victory? Haha, you think you can surpass it? However, Genji sneered, I forgot to tell you. My darkness is actually nourishment. It can store realm essence and can be used by me for a short period of time. After speaking, the darkness around Genji's body surged even more violently. It was like a hand of darkness spreading out in all directions. As for his cultivation realm, it was even more unfathomable. It actually surpasses the World King realm by 4 realms. I'm afraid he can defeat 70% of the half-step True God realm powerhouses. On top of the giant lotus, Vice President Gong let out an excited laugh. His voice caused everyone to go silent. There was always a higher mountain. One had increased by 3 realms, but the other had increased by 4 realms. No one expected Genji to be so powerful. Surpasses 4 realms? Heavens, is he still human? The World King realm and the half-step True God realm is a huge divide. But he can defeat 70% of the half-step True God realm powerhouses? What a terrifying talent. The increase in strength is too great. The crowd discussed animatedly. As for Sima Bu-Bai, he stood there stunned. Finally, the ice on his body disappeared, revealing his true body. I admit defeat. There was no need for him to continue fighting. In the battle between the first and second place, the first place Genji still reigns supreme. This caused Resplendent Academy's side to erupt into cheers. Genji also enjoyed the limitless glory, and as he left the stage he said indifferently, in truth, I didn't use my full strength before. When I wanted to use my trump card, that was when the 3 strongest second generations were competing. Surpasses 4 realms and he still didn't use his full strength? If he used his full strength he would surpass 5 realms? What a monster. I'm looking forward to the battle between the 3 strongest second generations. Everyone's mood was even higher, and even some of the ancient martial artists' faces were solemn. These rising stars were indeed scary. Even if a half-step True God realm senior met Genji, he would have to lower his voice and lower his head. On the other side, the eyes of Heaven Saint and Songling Academy's 2 strongest second-generation disciples were twinkling and smiling. Gung Ji wasn't weak, but this was what made it more interesting. They were looking forward to the battle between the strongest second-generation disciples. Pervert. Beside Lin Ling, falling flowers and flowing water swords' faces were pale. Especially when they thought of Genji challenging Lin Ling, they were secretly worried for Lin Ling. That's all. However, Lin Ling's face was as calm as an ancient well. No matter how many realms Genji could raise, he had 2 Danshians in addition to the evil flame transformation. In terms of raising realms, he wasn't afraid of anyone. After experiencing the battle between the strongest second generations, the following battles were obviously much dimmer. Just when the crowd thought that there wouldn't be any more exciting battles in the 4th round, an extremely anticipated battle had arrived. Chapter 2568. The King of Plants, Slender Light Rui Vine. 1,000 Locks against Lin Ling. At this moment, countless people's breathing quickened. 1,000 Locks, his talent was heaven-defying. He was the king of plants and could slaughter enemies from 1,000 miles away. He was a true dark horse, equally famous as Si Xuanmei and Blackstone. Lin Ling, his fists had broken through the world. He was later recognized as a dark horse. Now these 2 people had collided. Most importantly, many people could see that 1,000 Locks hated Lin Ling. And this was indeed the case. At this time, 1,000 Locks' eyes looked towards the martial stage and fell on Luo Xinxiang. Xianxia, I promised you that I would teach him a lesson for you. Now the heavens have received my request. At the edge of the martial stage, Luo Xinxiang had a complex expression. She didn't respond. I will let you see just how much trash he is. 1,000 Locks said again. He knew that after Luo Xinxiang was defeated by Lin Ling, a knot had been left in her heart. And only he could untie this knot. As long as he beat Lin Ling into a dog, Luo Xinxiang would know just who was more worthy of her attention. At the same time, atop the giant lotus flower, the 3 vice deans were also looking at the martial stage. 2 dark horses. I wonder who will be darker. Old Gong, how about we make a bet? Let's play for 5 million divine crystals. Let's see if you, Lin Ling, or my Blue Soaring Academy's 1,000 Locks are stronger. The Blue Soaring Academy vice dean laughed. Lin Ling had humiliated Luo Xinxiang in the first battle and given their academy a ruthless slap to the face. Now he would take back what he had lost with interest. Interesting. I will also participate in this bet. The vice dean of Sky Saint Academy laughed. He stared at Lin Ling and 1,000 Locks. One is at the 9th level of the World King realm and the other is at the peak of the World King realm. As for Thousand Locks, his talent is 5th grade. Lin Ling's talent shouldn't have reached 5th grade yet. It's 2nd grade. He already displayed it in the last battle on the martial field. The Blue Soaring Academy Vice Dean immediately replied. Since that's the case, I will bet 5 million divine crystals on Thousand Locks winning. I believe that he is the dark horse. You have a good eye. Would the other lords like to play as well? Hehe, the 3 vice presidents are in a good mood. Then I, the Imperial Censor, will also play. Grand Secretary, you won't miss this bet, right? For a moment, the interest of the ancient experts on the giant lotus was piqued. At this moment, Vice Dean Gong smiled and said, if you want to play, then play. 10 million deity crystals is too little. I'm too lazy to play. Are you sure? The others looked at Vice Principal Gong in disbelief. I can afford to gamble with this small amount of divine crystals. Vice Principal Gong said with a faint smile. This matter concerned the reputation of the Resplendent Academy. How could he lose face? All right, straightforward. 10 million it is. Several experts had placed their bets. What was surprising was that other than Vice Principal Gong, the only other person who had placed their bets on Lin Ling was the Grand Council Minister. When experts like them started to gamble, the others naturally followed suit. For example, there were also people from the 6 divisions who started gambling. The Martial God Battalion's Red Jade Tiger also placed a bet in support of Lin Ling. Lord 8th had a good relationship with Red Jade Tiger, so he naturally placed his bet on Lin Ling. As for the experts like the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, they all placed their bets on Xianxia. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The geniuses of the 3 academies also started placing their bets. Yu and the others looked at this scene in shock. Then their faces turned ugly. This was because these people had treated Lin Ling as a bargaining chip to win money. Many of them were even analyzing the strength of Lin Ling and Xianxia. 2 dark horses. I wonder how many moves it will take to decide the victor. In my opinion, they will be evenly matched within 300 moves. After 500 moves, the victor will be decided. This evaluation is not bad. Although Lin Ling doesn't seem to be as good as Xianxia, he is still quite strong. Many people analyzed seriously. Even the ancient martial artists of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty were doing the same. They were extremely excited. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the 2 dark horses stood a few hundred meters apart on the battle stage. Smoke floated around them and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Did you see that? Did you hear that? Because of us, everyone has placed bets. We are the biggest dark horses in the Pride Tournament. Of course, it's a dark horse against a dark horse. You can only be outshined by me. Xianxia didn't immediately make a move. Because the bet started because of him, it made him feel extremely heroic. Therefore, he opened his arms and said, "Everyone, let's party to our heart's content." His aura was extremely arrogant. However, he was a dark horse, so he had the right to be arrogant. After he finished speaking, Xianxia immediately made his move. He stretched out his left hand, and a mysterious plant grew and curled around his body. This was his 5th grade talent, the slender light Rui Vine. With this talent, he didn't even need to use martial arts to defeat many second generations. One had to know that even if awakened divine bodies were of the same grade, there were differences in strength. Some awakened divine bodies were extremely heaven-defying, while others, although reaching the 5th grade, looked very ordinary. This Rui Vine is the same as Genji's talent. It's also an awakened divine body that can't be underestimated. On the lotus, the vice president of the Zhongling Academy said lightly, "If it weren't for Xianxia's short cultivation time and late rise to fame, he would already be the 2nd strongest of the 2nd generation in the Zhongling Academy." The chess path unhindered defense of Heaven's Prime, first move of Heaven's Prime. Xianxia muttered to himself, his words mixed with holiness and power. According to legend, the slender light Rui Vine was the vine that connected the realms. It was like a broken lotus root that connected the realms together. There was once a year when the eastern border's demonic vines moved unhindered, growing in the chaos of the universe. They actually entangled the 3,000 realms, making it impossible for any martial artist to leave. For a time, it alarmed the 9 states. Later, experts were dispatched and the demonic vines were cut off. Those demonic vines were the main body of the slender light Rui Vine. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at Xianxia indifferently. He had to admit that this guy's strength wasn't much, but his talent was very strange. However, the universe was fair. There was no difference in strength between 5th grade talents. It depended on who used it and how it was used. For example, Xianxia's talent seemed powerful, but he lacked the most basic aura of a 5th grade awakened godly body. That's right, he didn't have any aura. If a 5th grade talent fought against a 2nd grade talent, the aura alone could suppress the opponent's strength by 50%. Moreover, some 5th grade awakened godly bodies seemed ordinary, but once they grew up they would be even more powerful. Of course, although the slender light Rui vine didn't have the aura of an awakened godly body, and its future potential was very ordinary, it had its own uniqueness. It was a plant that could grow anywhere. All around Lin Ling, a large number of vines suddenly sprouted out without warning. Moreover, their speed was extremely fast. Most importantly, the moment the vines appeared, they emitted a blinding light that could cause a martial artist to momentarily lose focus. Think about it, if these vines suddenly grew in a fight between martial artists, it would definitely affect the opponent's strength. After all, these weren't ordinary vines. The vines immediately entangled Lin Ling, binding Lin Ling tightly. In one move, Lin Ling seemed to have been defeated. Just this bit of strength? Although Xianxia wasn't surprised by the situation, he still laughed disdainfully. Both dark horses? Shouldn't they have exchanged 500 moves? In one move, Lin Ling lost the upper hand? Sigh. Chapter 2569. The Ashura Sword Formation attacked. Boom. However, at this moment, flames burst into the sky, as if countless bombs had been ignited. It was magnificent and colorful. The space-time fire. Moreover, the pressure was extremely strong. It was obviously not a 2nd grade awakened godly body. 4th grade. On the Lotus, the 3 vice deans exclaimed in unison. If they remembered correctly, during the battle on the drill ground, Lin Ling only had a 2nd grade awakened godly body. In such a short period of time, this guy actually broke through 2 grades. Break for me. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. At this moment, he had already erupted with the path of fire. His talent was not inferior to his opponent's. In addition, he had also activated the evil flame change, the 2nd transformation, shocking change. In this way, his cultivation realm was not inferior to his opponent's. Therefore, the vines were all broken by Lin Ling. Damn it. Damn it. Xianxia did not expect such a scene. He originally wanted to defeat Lin Ling in one move, but unfortunately, it had become a dream. However, he immediately sneered, "You have some skills, but that's good too. If you lose too quickly, there will be no value in this battle. Chain chess pieces, 1,000 eyes kill, mysterious one-color chess." A terrifying thing happened. Around Lin Ling, a large number of vines suddenly burst out, like countless tentacles reaching for Lin Ling. Xianxia had obviously used a martial art and it was not weak. An elementary grade 4 martial art complemented his innate talent, allowing his attack power to increase by 1-fold. Such fast speed, when did those vines appear there? Those vines are not formed by realm essence, they are real vines. They are very difficult to cut and there are so many of them. How is Lin Ling going to block them? Xianxia's talent is too heaven-defying. Many people were shaking their heads because Xianxia's people were far away, controlling the demonic vines to attack Lin Ling from a distance. Lin Ling was helpless. How will he deal with it? Even the 3 vice deans revealed looks of curiosity. They guessed that even if Lin Ling could block it, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries. However, as they spoke, they discovered that Lin Ling actually stood there unmoving. Is this guy crazy? Perhaps he has no other choice. The vice presidents all let out cries of surprise, unable to understand Lin Ling's actions. One had to know that those vines covered the sky and blocked the sun. If Lin Ling didn't move, the space he could dodge would become smaller and smaller. As for Lin Ling, he indifferently looked at the incoming vines as if he were looking at countless hands. However, he knew that when facing the dark horse 1,000 locks, he had to erupt with an even greater strength. Otherwise he would definitely lose. Whoosh. Just as the vines were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, the sword flew out. The ancient sword soared into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. The black shadow of the sword danced in the air. 49 swords showing off their sharpness. Compared to Mu Yuyang's Ashura Sword Formation, Lin Ling's Ashura Sword Formation's aura was even more terrifying. Get lost. Still standing on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling waved a single hand. The dazzling 49 swords were sent out, either stabbing, slashing, or lifting as if 49 swordsmen were using their swords. Looking from afar, Lin Ling was like a sword sage. His every move was pleasing to the eye. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. What was terrifying was that those vines were actually slashed away by the 49 swords. The 49 swords actually formed an airtight sword formation. This was the true Ashura Sword Formation. So powerful. Far away from the martial arts platform, Mu Yuyang let out a solemn voice. He finally knew why Lin Ling didn't use his sword against him. It was because he really wasn't qualified. One had to know that the Ashura sword formation that he controlled only used brute force to break through the enemy. Of course, the Ashura sword formation also had this kind of power. Once the sword formation passed by, it would be as easy as crushing dry weeds. However, the Ashura sword formation that Lin Ling controlled was like his left and right hands, agile and flexible. It was as if every sword was a sword in his hand. Impossible. Come again. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He controlled countless vines to attack Lin Ling from afar. However, it was useless. The sword formation sealed everything. This is Lin Ling's trump card? This sword formation simply came to life. The crowd looked at the shocking scene on the martial arts platform. Only now did they know how strong Lin Ling's strength was. It seemed like the battle between the two dark horses would only be decided after 500 moves. You should be exhausting a lot of your soul to activate that kind of sword formation. I'll see how long you can block it. Xianxia also didn't expect that Lin Ling's sword formation was even stronger than the rumors. A flower immediately appeared in his hand. He looked at the flower tenderly and muttered to himself, 12 jade palaces emptiness, an inch of yearning, an inch of ash. That flower looked rather stunning. It was completely white. After hearing Xianxia's flower, it actually turned to look at Xianxia, giving people a strange feeling that made them tremble with fear. Yearning flower. Seeing this, the vice deans on the martial arts platform exclaimed in surprise. One had to know that although the slender light rui vine looked like a plant, it was actually a monster with a male and a female. Once the yearning flower was activated, the slender light rui vine would become even more frenzied. Because the yearning flower was female, the male who could activate the slender light rui vine would be much more powerful. Sure enough, when the flower appeared, the ground on the martial arts platform was covered with terrifying vines. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they were dominating everything. What's the point of this battle if you use such a treasure? Vice-Dean's Gong said coldly. If Xianxia used his strength to crush Lin Ling, he would have nothing to say. He had to accept his loss. However, Xianxia seemed to be unable to break through after a long time. He actually used a treasure and it wasn't an ordinary treasure. That was too despicable. There's no rule against using treasures. Although the vice deans of Zhongling Academy felt that face was irrelevant, they couldn't care less at this moment. Umph. Vice Dean's Gong immediately snorted and looked at Lin Ling. He couldn't help but worry. What's the use of your Ashura sword formation? It's only 49 swords. Let's see how long you can block it. After taking out the god's flower, Xianxia's aura surged as he snorted coldly. He didn't think that using treasures was unfair at all. In his opinion, he was the dark horse. As long as he defeated Lin Ling, he could make Luo Xinxiang change her mind. Then what's the use of using a foreign object? What was surprising was that Lin Ling was still calm as he looked ahead indifferently. It's enough to defeat you. Xianxia urged the acacia flower. It was like an aphrodisiac, causing the surrounding vines to soar into the sky and grow crazily. However, at the moment of urging, the vines had a momentary pause. It was as if the process of transporting nutrients had to go out of control for a short period of time. Of course, this was normal. After all, relying on a foreign object wasn't one's own strength. It was naturally difficult to control it. This short period of time was useless to other martial artists, but Lin Ling caught it. With his 10,000 demonic eyes, a moment was as long as a century. At this moment, Lin Ling moved. He took the initiative to attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 49 swords shot forward like lightning. They actually shot through the crisscrossing vines. Moreover, they didn't touch a single vine. This showed how terrifying Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation was. What's that? Chapter 2570. The strongest six were born. One had to know that Xianxia's innate talent was heaven-defying. The fine light rui vine could both attack and defend, and could kill enemies from 1,000 miles away. But now Lin Ling's sword had actually arrived in front of him. The advantage of killing enemies from 1,000 miles away no longer existed. Strangle. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. The 49 swords fiercely rushed towards Thousand Locks. Sensing this terrifying sword array, Xianxia's complexion changed. He never imagined that a sword would appear in front of him. In an instant, he activated his vines to protect his entire body, as if he were protecting an entire world. However, he'd underestimated a 5th-grade Emperor rank sword Dao. Rumble. The Ashura sword formation swept out like lightning. It didn't look like a sword at all. Instead, it looked more like a thunderbolt. The vines were immediately sent flying, their branches and leaves fluttering down. Clearly, the vines that had been hurriedly activated were not very strong. Most importantly, if Xianxia used the yearning flower, the vines would definitely go crazy and defeat Lin Ling. However, he didn't have the time. The Ashura sword formation was like a crazy sword that chased after him relentlessly. He didn't even have time to breathe. Damn it! Thousand Locks roared furiously. Unfortunately, what he got in return was a frenzied sword formation. He had no choice but to continuously use the boundless sky to block. And around the martial platform, when the crowd saw this terrifying scene, they all opened their mouths wide. They thought that Lin Ling wasn't weak, but he would be defeated within 500 moves. However, the result before their eyes told them that the one being suppressed was Thousand Locks. Lin Ling, it was fine if he did not draw his sword, but once he did, the wind and clouds surged. Is this the real Ashura sword formation? Mu Yuyang's face paled. If Lin Ling had attacked him earlier, his Ashura sword formation would have been crushed like paper. Bang bang bang. The crazy sword was like a fly, staring at the cracked egg and biting it madly. It was even to the extent that the vines around Thousand Lock had been chopped into pieces. Leaves fluttered in all directions and it was in an extremely sorry state. Moreover, they saw that Xianxia had no chance to use the yearning flower in his hand. Even they could clearly sense the depression in Xianxia's heart. Wait. Xianxia was indeed very depressed. He had a powerful love flower, and as long as it was stimulated, his talent would double. Unfortunately, he couldn't activate it. Wait. Lin Ling had a mocking smile on his face. Not only did the Ashura sword formation not stop, it became even crazier. He wanted to see how long this Thousand Locks could last. Stop for a moment. Thousand Locks roared as if he had been suppressed to the point of losing all reason. The martial stage was completely silent. A moment later, loud laughter rang out. Can the battle of pride be suspended? This was too ironic. As for Luo Xinxiang, she looked at Lin Ling in surprise. When Lin Ling defeated her, she had a feeling that Lin Ling was very, very strong. He was so strong that she could only look up to him. Even Xianxia was not as good as him. And the facts before her eyes had proven everything. Looking at the one-sided battle, the vice-deans of the three great academies all had different expressions. The faces of the people who had started the bet were also ugly. Xianxia, just admit defeat. Otherwise this battle will never end. Finally, the vice-dean of the Zhongling Academy spoke. As he said this, his heart was filled with a bitter smile. He was the one who proposed the bet, and the one who admitted defeat was him. But what could he do? If he did not admit defeat, Lin Ling would continue to fight until Xianxia vomited blood. Xianxia would not be able to escape defeat sooner or later, and it was even possible that he would be seriously injured in the end. Therefore, for the sake of insurance, it was better for him to admit defeat. How could Xianxia not know the final result? After blocking Lin Ling's attack again, he shouted unwillingly, "I admit defeat." As soon as his voice fell, the entire arena was silent. A dark horse against a dark horse, and this was the ending? This was too inconceivable. At this moment, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the Ashura sword formation flew back and landed behind him. Then he strode away, not saying a word throughout the entire process. At this point he did not need to say anything. Victory and defeat had proven everything. Xianxia must have been very humiliated. After all, Xianxia's loss could be said to be the first in the battle of pride. Xianxia looked at the departing Lin Ling. His eyes were red. He was not reconciled. His hand was still holding the acacia flower, but the flower was very ironic at this moment. He looked at Luo Xinxiang, but unfortunately the latter was looking at Lin Ling. He stood there stupidly. Finally, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted, becoming the most disappointing dark horse. Damn dark horse trash, you made me lose so many divine crystals. Who proposed the bet? I really want to chop him to death. Without any suspense, what followed was a wave of resentment. On the Lotus, the vice president of the Zhongling Academy was unusually silent. His face was very gloomy. He was the one who proposed the bet, and now he had no face to see others. Unfortunately, he did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much that his talent had reached the 5th grade. He was also a victim. He could even see the resentful gaze of the vice president of the Heavenly Saint Academy. Obviously, the vice president was angry at him for proposing the bet. Aha, I am indebted to you all for your divine crystals. 10 million divine crystals was actually a small amount to the vice president, but it was a big deal to gain face. Lin Ling had once again won glory for the Resplendent Academy. Of course, he did not expect Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation to be so strong compared to the last time. He could control it as he wished, and his sword could move as he wished. If this continued, Lin Ling would have a chance to compete for first place. The crowd who were angry because of the loss also reacted at this moment. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had already reached such a height. One must know that the three strongest second generations were the most eye-catching, and the three dark horses were also the most promising. However, Lin Ling was one of the dark horses. It could be said that in this Pride tournament, the first place would be given to one of them. Therefore, this was a record to be proud of. Could Lin Ling really compete with the strongest second generation of the half-step True God realm? Lin Ling, good job. Now, our Resplendent Academy has two dark horses who have won glory for us. However, Lin Ling and Si Xuanmei will have a battle sooner or later. I wonder who will be left behind. In the past, the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy felt that Lin Ling's ability was not enough and did not have the qualifications to stand above their heads. But now they felt that it was enough. The way they looked at Lin Ling had turned into worship. Of course, Si Xuanmei and Genji also stared deeply at Lin Ling, feeling that Lin Ling was becoming more and more mysterious. From the start of the battle until now, Lin Ling seemed to be very calm, so calm that it made them feel a little pressure. After two intense battles, the fourth round had finally come to an end. The fourth round was obviously the Resplendent Academy's martial stage, where Genji and Lin Ling rose. The fifth round was called the semi-finals, and the remaining geniuses were getting fewer and fewer. The elimination round was also getting more and more intense. Of course, many people felt that these 6 people were the ones who should not be provoked. They were Heavenly Saint Academy's number 1 second generation, Meng Lu, Songling Academy's Tian Kuang, Resplendent Academy's Genji, and the 3 dark horses, Si Xuanmei, He and Lin Ling. Chapter 2571. This was a clash of ultimate martial daos. In the 5th round, Lin Ling quickly drew his opponent. As soon as he walked up, the second generation from the Heavenly Saint Institute smiled bitterly. He vaguely remembered that Lin Ling had once said, "If you're not convinced, come fight me." At that time, there were many voices of opposition and he was one of them. Now the heavens had given him a chance. But how could they fight? I admit defeat. Under Lin Ling's astonishment, his opponent gloomily admitted defeat. How unlucky. I wanted to make it to the 6th round, but I fucking met the dark horse Lin Ling. That opponent lowered his head and left unwillingly. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and left the stage. As they looked at the blue-robed youth, countless people felt complicated emotions. They also remembered Lin Ling's words. If they were not convinced, then come and fight. However, apart from those 5 people, who else could fight Lin Ling? The 5th round was obviously not Lin Ling's martial dais. Instead, it was the martial dais of the Songling Academy's Tian Kuang because his opponent was the 2nd-ranked genius of the Resplendent Academy. Unfortunately, the 2nd-ranked genius was also defeated. However, the battle between the two of them was also extremely intense. Many cultivators nodded in satisfaction as if they were witnessing the rise of a new star in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The 6th round followed closely behind. Yu Yu also quickly went up on stage, causing many people to start paying attention to her. This beauty did not reveal anything, but she actually made it to the 6th round. As expected of Lin Ling's woman. Of course, she also successfully passed. When Lin Ling stepped onto the stage, his expression was very calm, but his heart was filled with boredom. This time he wouldn't admit defeat again, right? Sure enough, he hadn't even ascended the martial platform when a voice admitting defeat drifted down. Lin Ling didn't even need to ascend the martial platform and directly entered the 7th round. However, the number of people started to dwindle, and the chances of clashing with those powerful second generations were also increasing. Si Xuanmei against He. When this voice resounded through the sky, everyone's emotions reached a peak. Lin Ling's drowsy expression immediately vanished, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Finally, a good battle. Dark horse against dark horse, who would be the king? This was also the 2nd time a dark horse was pitted against a dark horse after Lin Ling. On the martial stage, 2 dark horses appeared and faced each other from a distance. As for the geniuses of their respective academies, each and every one of them supported the dark horses of their respective academies. Even the 3 vice deans were the same. Their faces were solemn. Junior brother He greets senior sister Si. He was a sincere person. First he bowed. There's no need to speak nonsense. Let's see who's the real deal. You and I are at the same boundary and my talent is greater than yours. But you have the ultimate stone Dao, stone heart. So, just erupt with your full strength. Si Xuanmei was like a fairy with a sword on her back. Her words were extremely cold. Alright, I won't look down on Xuanmei Senior's sister. He Shi stood up straight, and a calm aura emanated from his body. I won't underestimate you either. To be able to become a dark horse, his strength should not be underestimated, so Si Xuanmei did not underestimate him. The two people's auras were on the verge of exploding, colliding like meteors. Black Rock made the first move. His figure moved like a gust of wind. Between his punches and kicks, the martial stage shook continuously. Countless leg shadows shot towards Si Xuanmei like meteors. What a powerful martial art. In just one breath, He Shi was able to unleash 3,000 types of leg techniques. On the high platform, Vice Principal Gong exclaimed in shock. Blackstone's talent was very ordinary, but his foundation was the strongest among all of them. It was impossible not to admire him. This was a battle between an ordinary genius and a prodigy. Was the talent of the heavens chosen more powerful, or was the accumulation of ordinary geniuses more powerful? Myriad star matchless body. Seeing this, Si Xuanmei unleashed her rank 5 awakened godly body. As a peerless genius, she would not waste her time on weak martial arts. Hence, her foundation in martial arts was not as solid as Blackstone's. However, her strength lay in her innate talent. There were no more than 5 people in the second generation of the Resplendent Academy who possessed a 5th grade talent. Whoosh, whoosh. Terrifying starlight shot towards He Shi, colliding with He Shi's leg shadows, causing terrifying shockwaves to surge into the sky. The 10,000 Mammoth's unrivaled physique is a divine physique that can absorb the talent of an opponent. Whoosh. Far away from the martial stage, someone exclaimed. What a heaven-defying awakened godly body. However, He Shi's talent was very ordinary. Even if Si Xuanmei absorbed it, it would be useless. Instead, powerful martial arts became He Shi's trump card to challenge Si Xuanmei. Her talent is even more powerful than the last time. Whoosh. In the distance, Lin Ling frowned and said. Hearing this, Yu and the others started to worry, for Lin Ling. Si Xuanmei had become so powerful. If Lin Ling fought with her, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? Rumble. At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out. The leg shadows and the meteors were evenly matched. However, Si Xuanmei immediately used another powerful trump card. It was the power of ice and soul power. Seeing that, Yu and the others gritted their teeth in anger. That was Yuer's talent. The combination of soul power and ice was formless and colorless. It gave people a terrifying pressure. He Shi had already sensed the terrifying soul power. His innate talent, anti-demon godly body, was also activated. He raised his palms to the sky and stood in a horse stance on the martial stage. There was a calm wind. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. He Shi had actually blocked the soul power attack. However, after being hit by the formless energy, his head flew back and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He Shi is indeed a dark horse. He just collided with Si Xuanmei's 10,000 mammoth peerless body, and then he immediately blocked the soul power attack. Both of them are terrifying dark horses. Many people from the 3 great academies were shocked. At least 99% of the second generation did not dare to fight with these two people. Even the second and third generation of the second generation in the past had a serious expression on their faces. It was undeniable that these two people's strength was not weaker than theirs. After being injured, He Shi's aura did not decrease. Instead, it became stronger. He leaped up with his right hand behind his back. Looking at Si Xuanmei on the martial stage, he punched out. The fist energy exploded and could break a world. That punch was like a cannonball smashing down. It created a circular shockwave in the air. Unstoppable. That punch also represented the fist intent. It was unstoppable. At that moment, the geniuses around the martial stage were shocked by that punch. They felt as if they saw a huge palm forcing them to kneel. In fact, Si Xuanmei felt it even more. Her expression was serious. She finally drew her sword. Clang. She unsheathed her sword. The sword's body was like a crystal. A second-grade immortal treasure. That's the sword of Immortal Plum Sword, one of the top 10 sword immortals in Jianghu. Magnificent Sky Divine Sword. This sword has the second-grade chaotic force. Although Si Xuanmei can't control it, she can still use almost 10% of her sword heart. The 3 Vice Deans could not help but stand up. That sword was very famous. It was the symbol of the top 10 sword immortals in Jianghu. Now that it was in Si Xuanmei's possession, it seemed like Si Xuanmei had prepared a lot for first place. Sword heart. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not help but gasp. Chapter 2572. 3/4 of the Immortal sword. At this moment the sword was sparkling and translucent, but a quarter of it had turned white. Xuanmei raised the sword and pointed it forward. In the sky, the huge shadow fist paused for a moment before exploding. Strong winds swept out like a tornado. Broken. She broke that fist with one sword. That sword strike was so breathtaking that many people were incomparably shocked. As expected of senior sister Xuanmei. She's stronger than I imagined. However, I won't lose so easily. More blood flowed out from the corner of Heisher's mouth, but his fighting spirit surged as he threw out a second punch. Nothing can't be destroyed. This punch was even more domineering, as if it could break mountains and rivers. You're still going to lose. Unfortunately, after Xuanmei threw out her sword, she became even more arrogant. She was like a sword that was isolated from the world and wanted to sweep through the 9 provinces. 2/4 of the sword in her hand had turned white. She swung her sword horizontally. Clang. At this moment, all the martial artists around the martial arts platform had their swords broken. Obviously, all the swords in the surroundings had been broken. Boom, boom, boom. The huge shadow fist was broken again, causing Heisher's expression to change drastically. On the other hand, Lin Ling shook his head instead. He knew that Heisher had lost because he was utterly unable to resist Xuanmei's sword. If the battle continued, then Heisher would definitely be injured. It was even to the extent that if Xuanmei was a little more ruthless, then Heisher would probably be crippled. However, Lin Ling's worries were useless because Heisher wasn't someone who would admit defeat easily. He attacked again. Third move, nothing can't break. The entire sky was filled with Heisher's roar. He turned into a fist, wanting to destroy everything. A gigantic black fist smashed into the ground, destroying everything in its path. That punch had actually caused the face of the second-ranked genius of the second generation to turn ashen. They couldn't take that punch because it was Heisher XN. This meant that Heisher was definitely the second generation of the third generation in the 3 great academies. Stubborn. Sensing Heisher's resolute will, Xuanmei snorted and raised her sword. The surroundings quieted down as if the wind and clouds were frozen. Suddenly, sword intent shot up from the ground. Was Jianxia. Xuanmei's sword had already turned 3/4 white, and she ruthlessly slashed out. A streak of sword light slashed through the sky with the speed of 2 realms. At this moment, countless people were nervous. Stone heart against sword heart. This was a clash of ultimate martial daos. Was it the rock that was stable? Or was the sword sharper? This seemed to be a battle between a spear and a shield. Boom. A deafening sound rang out, and a strong light burst forth. Then the world fell silent. At the same time, a figure sheathed his sword and slowly left the martial stage. It was a figure in a snow-white robe like a fairy. Was Xuanmei. Drip. At the same time, the sound of blood dripping could be heard. On the martial stage, Heisher stood there with a pale face. His left hand was touching his right arm. His right arm had been cut off and was bleeding. How ruthless. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then their eyes flickered continuously. Blackstone's arm had been severed by a single strike of the sword, and as a result, Blackstone's ultimate path of stone would definitely be reduced greatly. So, it would be impossible for him to utilize the Stoneheart technique again. This meant that he was also destroyed. In this clash of dark horses, Blackstone had been defeated. What a pity. This was originally a very good inspirational story. Unfortunately, a diligent genius can't compare to a genius with great natural talent. Yes, Xuanmei even has an immortal treasure. Her sword heart must have surpassed the first level of chaotic energy. Some ancient experts sighed and shook their heads, feeling pity for Blackstone. Blackstone held his severed arm and left the martial stage step by step. At this moment, he had fallen from the divine stage and become an ordinary person again. Blackstone, trash, you actually embarrassed our academy. I thought highly of you, but you've disappointed me in the end. After being defeated, a large number of angry curses drifted out. Blackstone had stood above many geniuses, making them look up to him and worship him. Now that he had fallen, they naturally hit him while he was down. Stepping on a dark horse felt pretty good. Blackstone gritted his teeth when he heard this, and he didn't say a word. It was as if the curses around him were more painful than losing his right arm. Moreover, his will to fight had obviously withered, and it was likely that this would be the end of his life. However, when he came to a corner and was about to silently lick his wound, a cold laugh sounded out. You're so weak? How dare trash like you challenge me? This made him raise his head, and he was shocked to find that it was Lin Ling who had spoken. Lin Ling was looking down on him. I'm already a cripple. If you want to laugh, laugh all you want. Blackstone smiled bitterly and shook his head. You're indeed trash. I've been waiting for you to challenge me, but after you lost your will to fight and your martial heart. It seems that you've thought too highly of yourself. You seem to have forgotten that you originally had nothing and now you have nothing. What's the big deal? Lin Ling's disdainful voice sounded again. Boom. However, this sentence made Blackstone's heart roar. Then he stared at Lin Ling in the distance. He was not a genius, but he had accumulated a lot of experience. He had cultivated diligently and painstakingly, so from the beginning, he had nothing. If the Pride Tournament had not made him a dark horse, he would still be a passerby. Since he had nothing, then he had nothing to lose now, so what was the big deal? Since he could go from nothing to a dark horse, then he could make a comeback in the future. His eyes instantly lit up. The lost will and fighting spirit gradually boiled over. What? Look at Blackstone. Some people noticed Blackstone's high fighting spirit and they exclaimed. He had just fallen off the altar, but he stood up again. This was not something that anyone could do. I will fight you, Senior Lin Ling. Blackstone looked at Lin Ling and said respectfully. Lin Ling smiled faintly and did not say anything. He seemed to be mocking Blackstone, but in fact he was also giving Blackstone pointers. He wanted Blackstone to accept his defeat. What an interesting guy. With just a few words he restored Blackstone's fighting spirit. This Lin Ling is not simple. He can see through people's nature. No one knew about Lin Ling's previous actions, but the Imperial Censor saw it and could not help but smile deeply. There were no more exciting battles in this round, and the 8th round followed closely. As the number of people decreased, the number of exciting battles increased. Number 1, without a doubt, only 5 people were born. But the top 10 rewards were not bad, so the others fought hard for it. The 8th round was very ordinary, so the 9th round came quickly. There were only a few dozen people left. This meant that the chances of meeting the strongest second generation were much higher. Of course, meeting Si Xuanmei and Lin Ling was something that the second generation did not want. Especially Si Xuanmei, and Lin Ling was ranked after her. Who would have thought that this guy would make it to the end? Genji looked coldly at Lin Ling, a sinister smile on his face. He hoped that Lin Ling would not meet him too early. Otherwise Lin Ling would definitely regret it. Not long after the 9th round began, it was Lin Ling's turn to draw lots. Chapter 2573. A showdown between the strongest swordsmen. Lin Ling has always encountered weak second generations. I wonder who he will encounter this time? If I meet the 3 strongest second generation heirs, it'll be interesting to watch. Yeah, now there's only one dark horse left. Lin Ling will definitely be eliminated. Many people were looking forward to it. Even the 3 vice deans had solemn gazes. They had a feeling that Lin Ling's opponent this time was definitely not simple. This was indeed the case. When Lin Ling's opponent appeared, the heavens and earth fell silent. It was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. This was because Lin Ling's opponent was Si Xuanmei. This was the competition for the king of dark horses. Who was the number 1 dark horse? Boom. Cheers immediately burst out from all around the martial stage. Si Xuanmei was the former number 1 rookie of the second generation. Her rise was like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. She was the senior sister of countless second-generation disciples. Moreover, she had a 5th-grade talent, and with an immortal sword in hand, she could erupt with sword heart. Her strength was enough to contend for the number 1 position in the world. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was the genius with the fastest cultivation speed in the history of the Resplendent Academy. In the Pride Tournament, he had defeated all his opponents and was not to be underestimated. At this moment, no one knew who would be able to stay behind. On the martial stage, Lin Ling and Si Xuanmei were already there. They looked at each other in silence. Everyone knew about the grudges between the two of them, and it wasn't something that could be explained with just a few words. Both of them wanted the other dead. Lin Ling did it for Immortal, while Si Xuanmei did it to wash away her shame. I believe that only one person can leave this battle alive. Finally, Si Xuanmei opened her mouth. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, and her white clothes were purer than snow. If not for the fact that her words were too heartless, she would definitely be a devastatingly beautiful woman. Although they knew about the grudge between the two of them, they did not expect Si Xuanmei to be so ruthless. This made many people feel like cicadas in winter. As expected, after Si Xuanmei's rise, she had to get rid of one dark horse after another. Before it was Heisher. Now it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, be careful of Si Xuanmei. Far away from the martial stage, Blackstone clenched his left fist and looked at the martial stage worriedly. He knew that when Si Xuanmei fought with him earlier, she did not use her full strength at all. that sword only transformed 3/4 of its original form. I approve. At this moment, before Lin Ling could say anything, a woman in her 40s spoke. She was the immortal plum sword, Si Xuanmei's master. She knew that if Lin Ling did not die, her disciple would not be able to resolve the knot in her heart. Therefore she could only sacrifice Lin Ling to the sword. If she could surpass Lin Ling, her disciple would definitely soar into the sky and become famous in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. What do you mean you approve? Don't tell me you're going to fight? A voice suddenly rang out. It was none other than Red Jade Tiger from the martial god camp. Naturally he was supporting Lin Ling, so he mocked, Qing Prefecture's 10 great sword immortals? Hee, you're one of the top 10 shrews. Ah. Hearing that voice, many people couldn't help but laugh. Sword immortals were ethereal like immortals, but now they were as vicious as snakes and scorpions. How dare they call themselves sword immortals? The immortal plum sword snorted coldly. Her high cheekbones made her look extremely mean. In fact, even if you didn't speak, I would speak. Since that's the case, then I agree. At the same time, Lin Ling spoke himself. I knew you would agree. Si Xuanmei was not surprised by Lin Ling's answer. She drew her sword directly, and a cold and merciless aura filled the air. However, she only held her sword and did not attack. However, the people around the martial arts platform immediately felt a terrifying pressure surging out. The rolling pressure began to attack Lin Ling. Could it be that Si Xuanmei plans to use her sword from the start when facing Lin Ling? They've fought before and are familiar with each other's strength. Therefore, sometimes the simpler the better. This is a clash of swords, many people said solemnly. The clash of swordsmen was as proud as snow. One moment, it could be calm and peaceful, but the next moment, it could be earth-shattering. This was also the specialty of swordsmen. Because of this, no one dared to underestimate swordsmen. The rolling pressure assaulted Lin Ling, making him feel as if his entire body was being cut by knives. He knew that Si Xuanmei planned to kill him with one strike. What a ruthless method without any mercy. And Si Xuanmei had the sword heart, so she could erupt with the first level of chaotic force. Her sword was indeed terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Ling sensed that Si Xuanmei, other than that sword, had also cultivated a powerful sword technique. The combination of the two gave Si Xuanmei the confidence. Clang. Thinking of this, Lin Ling also attacked. He knew that he had to erupt with 70% of his strength. With the broad ancient sword in his hand, numerous black swords flew out. The Shura sword formation had arrived. The Shura Qi immediately resisted Si Xuanmei's immortal sword. It was like a clash between a devil and an immortal. Shura sword formation, a 5th grade boundary origin martial art. Unfortunately, you've only cultivated 49 swords. You've only scratched the surface. Staring calmly at the sword above Lin Ling's head, Si Xuanmei said confidently. The sword in her hand also began to change. The white color had spread to 2/4. The powerful aura collided with the Shura sword formation. Instantly, the Shura sword formation swayed as if it was being blown by a strong wind. Lin Ling and Yuer was killed by me. I know you hate me. Unfortunately, what can you do to me? Sensing that Lin Ling's aura had weakened, Si Xuanmei said calmly. She actually used words to provoke Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was not moved. Instead, the swaying Shura sword formation once again rose up and floated around him. At this moment, his entire body was burning with flames. A shocking change had been triggered. His cultivation level was no weaker than Si Xuanmei's. Everyone could see that Lin Ling had erupted with all his trump cards. It was the Shura sword formation in the path of fire. Brother Ling, you can do it. Yu and Xian Yuan secretly clenched their fists. Lin Ling would definitely not lose this battle for Sister Yu. Lin Ling's strength should be able to fight against a half-step true immortal. Unfortunately, he's still too weak against the ultimate sword Dao's sword heart. Far away from the stage, among the strongest second generation, someone said calmly. Currently, Lin Ling could only fight Si Xuanmei to a draw. The premise was that Si Xuanmei did not use her sword heart. As expected, Si Xuanmei's cold smile deepened. Her sword changed again. The white color had spread to 3/4 of the sword. This sword had cut off He Shi's arm. There was no doubt about its power. Is that all? Si Xuanmei even questioned. Her words were mixed with the pride of a swordsman. At the same time, Lin Ling's footsteps seemed to be blown by a strong wind as he quietly took a step back. He's lost. He's definitely lost. Lin Ling is inferior to Si Xuanmei in terms of the aura of a swordsman. That small action immediately made many people shake their heads. Even the 3 vice presidents were the same. Vice President Gong sighed softly. Xi Xuanmei and Lin Ling were both dark horses. Unfortunately, a mountain could not hide two tigers. Lin Ling could only be eliminated. Regarding this, there was nothing he could do. Is that all? However, Xi Xuanmei's strength was not limited to that. Instead, it became sharper and sharper. It was as if her sword was soaring into the sky. Her sword was trembling as if it was activating an uncontrollable power. Her long hair also danced wildly at this moment. How terrifying. Xi Xuanmei has turned into a sword. Moreover, she's a sword immortal. Chapter 2574. A Clash of Swords. Look, her sword is starting to turn completely white. Is the final sword coming out? Even more people were looking forward to seeing how stunning the final sword attack would be. When he defeated He Shi, the immortal sword had only transformed 3/4 of its original form. If it transformed completely, it would definitely be a sword heart that surpassed the first level of primal chaos. Rumble. Cracks began to appear on the martial platform, as if it had been slashed out by countless swords. One had to know that the martial platform had always been there, but no matter how powerful the attacks were, the martial platform was still safe and sound. And now, cracks had appeared on the martial platform. Even the universal Flow King Stone was left with a sword scar. How terrifying. That sword might have been able to sever 10 realms. Even the number 1 heavens fanatic of the second generation, who had been silent all this time, frowned. As expected, the strength of someone who could be called a dark horse was not to be underestimated. Looking at Lin Ling again, his body was even more unstable, as if he would be pushed back at any time. However, the Shura sword formation also charged forward, and all the swords were aimed at Xi Xuanmei. The sword's willpower was also roaring. It was like the Azura Demon King, unafraid of the immortal sword. Without Xi Xuanmei, Lin Ling would definitely be the strongest swordsman in the Pride Tournament. Unfortunately, Lin Ling is weaker than the strongest swordsman. Vice Principal Gong muttered to himself. The Ashura sword formation, a 5th-grade sword technique, was indeed not to be underestimated. Many people nodded. It seemed like Lin Ling had lost in the confrontation between the strongest swordsmen. Is that all? Xi Xuanmei still said the same sentence. Her clothes fluttered. Her jade-like hand held the immortal sword, and it looked like a light slash. She had finally drawn her sword. When she and Lin Ling clashed, she didn't need any moves at all. All she needed was a single sword strike. This sword is even stronger than the one that defeated me before. The moment the sword appeared, Black Rock's face immediately revealed a look of worry. He was once again shocked by the sword. In fact, many people were shocked by Xi Xuanmei's sword. When the sword came out, the universe moved. It possessed the might to slay 10 realms with a single sword strike. The speed of the sword light had also reached the speed of 2 realms. Even if Lin Ling wanted to dodge, it was clearly impossible. However, Lin Ling had never thought of avoiding it. Even if the pressure from those swords made his body feel like it was being cut by knives, making his steps unsteady, he still controlled the Azura sword and charged forward. For in Yuer, Lin Ling attacked. Whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with sword shadows. Lin Ling also slashed out once, but it was separated into 49 swords. Everyone held their breaths when they saw this. Had the battle between the strongest swordsmen begun? It's useless. Far away, the immortal plum sword was the first to let out a cold laugh. Sure enough, Xi Xuanmei's sword seemed to be able to cut through everything, and it had the power to move unhindered in the universe. Ka. Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation was completely severed, and this was a terrifying thing. One must know that Lin Ling's previous sword formation was unstoppable. Just 1, 2, 10, 20. Gradually there were 40 and even 41, 42. Lin Ling's powerful trump card was slowly being destroyed at this moment. People could almost see Lin Ling being split into 2 halves. Especially the warriors from Tating Commandery and Wolfie Commandery, they were extremely excited. Some even planned to pick up Lin Ling's head after Lin Ling's death. Moreover, many people were shouting, 43-44. Brother Ling. As for Yu and Xian Yuange, they could not help but shout. Immortal Plum Sword sneered and said to herself, your humiliation is about to be washed away. For this day you have sacrificed a lot. In fact, Xi Xuanmei also thought so. She was very happy and she wanted to roar to the sky. She wanted to laugh proudly. Her humiliation was washed away. She was the number 1 rookie of the second generation. She was the king of the dark horses and the strongest swordsman. Boom. When the 47th Shura sword was completely destroyed, Vice President Gong sighed softly. Lin Ling was defeated. However, how could the last sword be as weak as everyone thought? Boom. A sudden change occurred. One sword to break 10 worlds. When the sword fell, even the immortal sword was about to be broken. It was enough to shock Qingzhou. Sword Heart. Vice President Gong was still shaking his head, but he suddenly stood up with his eyes fixed on the sword. The crowd also opened their mouths wide. They saw Si Xuanmei's sword being cut down by the sword in the sky. It broke into pieces inch by inch and turned into sparkling fragments. The black sword was like the sword of the Demon King, and it still slashed down. Boom. At this moment, the entire martial platform was cut into two, as if it was punched down by someone. It should be known that the martial platform's hardness was comparable to that of 10 worlds. Therefore, this was the first genius to break a martial platform in the Pride Tournament. As for Si Xuanmei, she held the immortal sword and stared ahead. The martial platform that was cut into two was actually cut with her at the center. Under countless shocked gazes, the blue-robed young man stepped forward, holding the ancient sword diagonally. The tip of the sword turned into the void and bright sparks filled the air. You think you can defeat me? Unfortunately, no matter how strong you become, you escaped from me in the past, so you will always be my defeated opponent. Cold. The young man's cold voice floated out from his mouth. Sword Heart. You actually have a sword heart. Si Xuanmei's eyes widened. Her sword heart had not reached the first level of the chaotic force. She had relied on the immortal sword in her hand to barely reach it. However, Lin Ling's sword heart was comprehended by himself. It was at the same level as hers, but it was obviously stronger than hers. I can't accept this. Roar. Si Xuanmei roared angrily. And Yue was even more unwilling. Lin Ling stopped and slashed out with his sword, cold and emotionless. Whoosh. A sword mark appeared on Si Xuanmei's neck. It was a deep sword mark. She firmly stroked the sword mark and her eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling, kill me. Without Lin Ling, she would definitely be the #1 monster in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Without Lin Ling, she would have a glorious future. Unfortunately, she caused Yue's death, and in the end, all of this became a dream. Even in her dreams, she would never have thought that her junior sister's man would be so terrifying. Junior sister, you have a good man. Plop. Her head fell down and she died with her eyes wide open. The dark horse Si Xuanmei was defeated. The #1 dark horse was born, the strongest swordsman Lin Ling. Looking at Lin Ling, who was leaving the stage step by step, the crowd was silent. Although they knew that Lin Ling was a dark horse and that his strength was not weak, when Lin Ling erupted with his sword heart, they knew that Lin Ling's strength was so terrifying. Especially that last sword strike, it could be said to be the sharpest sword strike of a swordsman. Sword Heart, this guy is the third genius in the Pride Tournament who has mastered the ultimate sword Dao and has reached the true realm of Dao. Is this his trump card? He's really the king of the dark horses. Even the 3 strongest second generations let out sounds of surprise and began to pay attention to Lin Ling. In the 3 academies, the geniuses of the Sword Dao department looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Of course, there were also many people who stared at the severed stage. Chapter 2575. The semi-finals had arrived. This guy is actually so strong. Heisher smiled excitedly. He was happy for Lin Ling and proud for Lin Ling. Heisher couldn't defeat his opponent, but Lin Ling had defeated him. The strongest dark horse has been born. In this proud world competition, only 4 people have the qualifications to be proud of the world. On the huge lotus platform, the censor couldn't help but laugh. The person who could be called a dark horse was indeed someone who could create miracles. He was looking forward to seeing who would be the next world-defying. After Lin Ling's stunning battle, the following battles were clearly overshadowed. In this battle, Lin Ling had undoubtedly alarmed the 3 great academies and entered the top 5 of the second generation. Brother Ling. After Lin Ling returned, Yu and the others immediately rushed forward and hugged Lin Ling. Previously they were worried to death. Although they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, they really didn't know if Lin Ling could win against Si Xuanmei, who had sword heart. In the sacred land of the rainforest, I have weathered many storms and waves. How can I, Lin Ling, lose to a loser? Lin Ling immediately said with a smile when he sensed his 2 wives' worries. We know that Brother Ling is the best, but we were still very worried before. Yu raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Every time she saw Lin Ling fighting a life-and-death battle, she wished she could fight in place of Lin Ling. She knew that Lin Ling was seeking justice for Yue. Lin Ling had always protected them, making them feel touched and guilty. How could I not think the same when you guys are participating in the competition? Lin Ling looked deeply at Yu and Shen Yuange, then smiled gently. Killing Si Xuanmei could be considered as fulfilling one of his wishes. You didn't die last time and you still dare to be so arrogant this time? Do you really think that you don't have to die? And this time no one would dare to step forward. The Pride Tournament had finally entered the semi-finals. Dream Flow vs. Li Erniu? I admit defeat. Lin Ling vs. Wang Sanbang? Don't call my name, I admit defeat. Fuck, I actually met Lin Ling. Without any suspense, as long as the four people fought, their opponents would all admit defeat. Of course, there were also those who didn't believe in heresy. They believed that the strongest four were indeed tigers, but even tigers had times when they dozed off. For example, the person that Lin Ling met did not admit defeat, which made Lin Ling interested. Although the opponent's strength was not bad, it was not enough to enter Lin Ling's eyes. However, when Lin Ling touched his chin, that person immediately ran out of the martial stage like a frightened bird. It seemed that if he had been one step slower, he would have fainted from fright. Just like that, the four of them began to gradually draw closer to each other. The strongest world pride also quietly arrived. Countless people stared at the four most dazzling people, waiting to see who would be the Pride Tournament. Dream Flow, Sky Saint Institute's strongest second generation. His origin was a mystery and so was his strength. Rumor had it that he could fight against a true god. Tian Kuang, Songling Academy's strongest second generation. His strongest point was his speed. He had not experienced any tough battles since the Pride Tournament, but he was worshipped by many. Genji, Resplendent Academy's strongest second generation. Invincible in the dark, he could raise his cultivation by a large margin. Lin Ling, the king of the dark horses, was the monster with the fastest cultivation speed in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Compared to the seniors before him, he had encountered many tough battles, but with an unstoppable winning streak he rushed straight to the semi-finals. Of course, compared to the previous three seniors, Lin Ling's foundation was still weaker. Many people estimated that Lin Ling was ranked 4th, which was the final limit. Of course, even so, this was an achievement that would spread through the world. Lin Ling is so handsome. I think he's the most handsome among the four strongest second generation. Yeah, Tian Kuang is too violent, Meng Lu is too strange, Genji is too ugly, Lin Ling is a swordsman and he's the most elegant. Bullshit, I like Meng Lu. I think his sleepy look is very attractive. The semi-finals had not yet begun, but many girls were already admiring him. Brother Ling, look at you flirting with girls again. Yu could not help but complain when she heard those voices. Lin Ling shook his head gloomily. He was flirting with girls? He felt wronged. However, he also looked at the three strongest second generation. He ignored Genji because he knew that if he used his full strength, Genji could only be trampled under his feet. Meng Lu was the only one he could not see through. That guy's background is not small. At this moment, Thousand Chances Queen's voice suddenly sounded, which made Lin Ling curious. He has the aura of one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, the Tomb Guardian tribe. Thousand Chances Queen said solemnly. 9 prefectures' 10 evils? Lin Ling's expression changed. He knew that the 9 prefectures' 10 evils were the Creator Alliance and the Immortal Temple. Now there was another one, the Tomb Guardian tribe. The tribe that guards the ancient god's mausoleum. This tribe also drifts in the universe. No one knows where they came from, but the things they have are extremely mysterious. Thousand Chances Queen said. Looks like he's my only opponent in this Pride Tournament. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He was determined to get the disaster-releasing pill, which was the first prize of the Pride Tournament. Therefore it was inevitable that he would clash with Meng Lu. Of course he was looking forward to it. Currently he was not afraid of a half-step true god, but he had not fought a true god before. He hoped that Meng Lu would not disappoint him. While he was quietly waiting, the drawing of lots had begun. The first battle, Lin Ling against Gung Lu. Gung Lu, peak world king, 5th grade talent. Moreover, he was a genius that could display his talent to the limit. He had also fought before and with his talent he was able to raise his realm by 40%. Lin Ling, 9th stage world king. To be honest, this was the lowest realm in the Pride Tournament. However, his strength could not be measured by his realm. All of his trump cards were incomparably powerful. Of course, between the two, everyone favored Gung Lu. Lin Ling could raise his realm, but so could Gung Lu. Gung Lu had more. Lin Ling had the sword heart, but Gung Lu had the talent. If Lin Ling's sword could not hit Gung Lu, then everything would be an illusion. Ha, Vice President Gong, your Resplendent Academy is very unlucky. The two strongest second-generation talents are facing each other. Looking at the results of the lot drawing, the two vice presidents of the Heavenly Saint Academy were very happy. Originally, if Lin Ling and Gung Lu were to challenge different opponents, then Resplendent Academy would have a high chance of winning first place. Unfortunately, the heavens did not follow their wishes. Humph, ever since the Pride Tournament began, our Resplendent Academy's luck has always been bad. Vice President Gong said unwillingly. Lin Ling had eliminated Si Xuanmei, and now Gung Lu had eliminated Lin Ling. How could their luck not be bad? What a joke. Even if they enter the finals, do you think they will be a match for Meng Lu and Heavenly Crazed? This is the heavens allowing your Resplendent Academy to see clearly. You should choose to leave one person behind. Song Ling Academy's vice president laughed. Vice President Gong also looked at the stage. That's right. Between Lin Ling and Gung Lu, Resplendent Academy had to leave one person behind to fight for the finals. After all, the two of them were not weak. If either of them was injured, it would be detrimental to the finals. Chapter 2576. In the Dictionary of Life, there was no such thing as admitting defeat. AI, the palm is flesh, the back of the hand is also flesh. Vice Principal Gong sighed. Without a doubt, the one remaining was Genji, the one admitting defeat was Lin Ling. After which, he sent out the news, causing Resplendent Academy to shout. Lin Ling, admit defeat. Don't waste senior brother Genji's Jieyuan, he needs to be in his best condition for the finals. Yes. That's right, Lin Ling, you are not senior brother Genji's match. Yes. Lin Ling, for you to be able to come this far, we all admire you, but one must know one's limits, you will not be able to enter the finals. Yes. Although Resplendent Academy's geniuses all worshipped Lin Ling, they also felt that Genji was stronger. Voices sounded out, causing Lin Ling to frown. He wanted to admit defeat? Opposite him, Genji was already standing there, hands behind his back, his face filled with pride and arrogance. Lin Ling was the king of the dark horses, but now even he had to give way to him. Although he agreed to fight with Lin Ling, but once Lin Ling admitted defeat, it was the same as losing to him. Winning without a fight, this was not bad at all. He might even be able to suppress Lin Ling until he lost all will to fight. I refuse. Yes. However, just as Genji was having all sorts of thoughts, Lin Ling spoke slowly. You're so confident? Gage said with an evil smile. Have you ever seen a fighter not confident in himself? Lin Ling retorted, causing Genji to be speechless. Lin Ling, I know you are unwilling, but everything has a priority. Genji is the second generation's #1, representing Resplendent Academy. He is your senior brother. No matter what, you have to give way to him. On top of the huge lotus, Vice Principal Gong advised Lin Ling. He didn't have any opinions about Lin Ling. On the contrary, he valued Lin Ling a lot. Unfortunately, for the sake of Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling had to give way. Senior brother Lin Ling, we know that it wasn't easy for you to win all the way to the semi-finals, but for the sake of Resplendent Academy, you should admit defeat. Resplendent Academy will definitely reward you. Many geniuses from the Resplendent Academy also voiced their dissatisfaction. Lin Ling actually refused to admit defeat. Wasn't he being too tactless? The vice president personally asked for it. You Lin Ling are too arrogant. Can you compare to Genji? You can't even compare to a single strand of his hair. The others were still polite, but there was one person whose words were extremely unpleasant. Everyone immediately looked over and found that the one who spoke was a hunchbacked old man, and beside him stood a delicate woman. Xia Ren and Lu Hongyan? Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others narrowed their eyes. In the past, Xia Ren wanted to seize Lin Ling's market. He had his disciple Lu Hongyan compete with Lin Ling in terms of pills, but in the end Lin Ling won. Xia Ren was also a former first generation of Resplendent Academy. He had the qualifications to speak. That old fart. Xian Yuan Gur cursed. That old fart was obviously adding insult to injury. Lin Ling, get down here. On the Resplendent Academy's side, a few geniuses wanted to flatter Xia Ren, so their words were even more impolite. Truly an unappreciative fellow. He thinks he's very strong, but in reality he's just trash. Lin Ling's heart is too vicious. He knows he can't get first place, so he wants to drag senior brother Genji down and waste his energy. If that's the case, our Resplendent Academy will be ranked last. Quickly admit defeat. More and more people began to yell. The other two academies were watching the show, but they also thought that Lin Ling should admit defeat. Voices rang out, making Yu and the others feel indignant for Lin Ling. Lin Ling relied on himself and walked step by step to the semifinals, but in the end Resplendent Academy did not even give Lin Ling a chance. This was too unfair to Lin Ling. Could it be that Genji would definitely be able to get first place but Lin Ling couldn't? Seeing Resplendent Academy's decision, the experts from the 6 camps frowned. This Lin Ling's luck was really bad. Although he had soared to the skies, he had been overshadowed by Genji. He had to give way to Genji. This is an insult to Lin Ling. Our martial god camp's people, even if our strength is inferior, we will not admit defeat so easily. Jianghu clenched his fists in anger. In the end, this is a pride tournament between the 3 academies, so it's also Resplendent Academy's matter. Martial god camp can't interfere. 8th Jew Lord said. Hearing the support, Genji smiled. Lin Ling, are you still not going to admit defeat? In terms of cultivation, you're weaker than me. In terms of talent, you're also weaker than me. I don't know why you still have the face to stay here. At this moment, he seemed to be looking down on Lin Ling from a high position. Furthermore, Lin Ling was the king of the dark horses, but even the king of the dark horses had to give way to him. This showed how powerful he was. Lin Ling was simply his stepping stone. In the days to come, Jianghu would definitely spread the story that the king of the dark horses, Lin Ling, gave way to the 2nd generation Genji. Not bad at all. In my dictionary there's no such thing as admitting defeat. But just as Genji thought that Lin Ling would be forced to leave under the pressure, Lin Ling's firm voice rang out. What, this guy's skin is too thick. I used to admire him, but now I feel that he's too selfish. Admit defeat. Hearing this, many of the Resplendent Academy's geniuses couldn't help but curse. Vice President Gong's pupils constricted as anger rose in his heart. Because Lin Ling didn't admit defeat, that was throwing his face. I would like to ask Vice President, why should I admit defeat? However, before Vice President Gong could speak, Lin Ling looked over. His eyes were clear and clean. He didn't seem to know the reason why he admitted defeat. At this moment, the crowd's anger boiled. Wasn't this nonsense? Lin Ling wasn't Genji's opponent. If he didn't admit defeat, it would only waste Genji's energy. AI. Vice President Gong was originally angry, but looking at Lin Ling's clear eyes, his anger dissipated. In Lin Ling's eyes, he saw persistence and determination. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling had already pulled out his sword. If I lose, I'll leave Jianghu. Oh. His voice was like a declaration, causing countless people's faces to freeze. Jianghu, this was the place that all the world's martial artists yearned for. This represented the affirmation of martial arts. However, if Lin Ling lost, he would leave Jianghu. This also meant that Lin Ling would no longer practice martial arts. At this moment, no one spoke. They were all shocked by Lin Ling's courage. Even the 2 strongest 2nd generation geniuses were the same. Moreover, they couldn't understand why Lin Ling would gamble on martial arts just to not admit defeat. Was it worth it? This was a battle without any suspense at all. As for Vice President Gong, he opened his mouth and sighed. He was suddenly disappointed in Lin Ling. Good. The battle that we agreed upon must be carried out even if the sky falls and the earth rends. Lin Ling, my impression of you has changed. On the stage, Genji suddenly laughed out loud. His body was covered in black light like tentacles. At this moment he was so black that it was dazzling. However, the crowd was only shocked, not terrified. Chapter 2577. There was no miracle. Genji, came from the southern border and used only 100 years to defeat countless experts. 500 years to dominate the southern border, 600 years to become the Lord of 1,000 realms, 700 years to enter the Resplendent Academy, 300 years to become the 2nd generation, and 50 years to become the 1st. My talent soared, and when I reached the 5th grade I felt that I was invincible. I could defeat 80% of the half-step True God Realm experts. I don't know why you won't admit defeat, but I know that if you want to continue, the price will be your life's worth of martial arts. Following Genji's words, the entire arena was in an uproar. It seemed like Genji's cultivation was not even enough for 1,500 years. The most terrifying thing was that he used 50 years to become the 2nd generation's first. Moreover, according to the crowd's estimation, Genji could defeat 70% of the half-step True God Realm experts, but the reality was that he could defeat 80%. This was close to being invincible among the half-step True God Realm experts. You've only defeated a bunch of weaklings. Lin Ling was not moved by Genji's words. He slowly pulled out his sword and pointed it at Genji. Facing you, I don't even need to use 50% of my strength. The punch you gave me in the past, today I will return it to you 100 times. Genji laughed coldly, and the black fog around his body began to spread. He began to make his move. Moreover, he did not intend to prolong the battle. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling cleanly and make Lin Ling leave Green State forever. The first and second generation of the Resplendent Academy are going to clash. I'm looking forward to it, but I feel that it will be hard for Lin Ling to win. He can't win at all. Although they knew that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt, the crowd was still looking forward to this battle. Facing Genji's heaven-defying talent, how would Lin Ling deal with him? Evil Light Secret Body, a 5th grade awakened godly body, but it is the strongest among the 5th grade talents. Lin Ling's Heart of the Sword can cut through the darkness. Facing this kind of talent, unless one has the cultivation of the true God realm, everything else is like paper. The other two vice deans said indifferently. They were even more pessimistic about Lin Ling. No way, Lin Ling is actually not doing anything? Right at this moment, someone exclaimed. This was because Lin Ling was standing on the stage, allowing the darkness to invade him. Being invaded by the darkness meant that he would lose without a doubt. Was Lin Ling stupid? Could it be that he was so stubborn about wanting to fight because he wanted to lose beautifully? Even Vice President Gong's eyes narrowed. Then he became even more disappointed. The terrifying darkness enveloped Lin Ling without any suspense. At this moment in the endless darkness, Lin Ling stood there indifferently, his face as calm as an ancient well. Genji's talent was indeed terrifying, but there were exceptions to everything. For example, against a true god, his heaven-defying talent was useless. It was also because sometimes, powerful strength could overturn everything. Last time you were lucky enough to escape. That was because Ancestor Dragon Granny came, and I took the initiative to withdraw my innate gift. Otherwise, do you think you would have been able to punch me? Now take a look at the terror of my darkness. Let me tell you, Lin Ling, unless you kneel down, you will never walk out of this darkness. Come and fight, Lin Ling. In the endless darkness, a voice filled with disdain floated out. Genji was like the king of darkness, dominating everything. In his darkness, everyone's life and death was under his control. This was Resplendent Academy's strongest second generation. Relying on your innate gift won't allow you to go far. Genji, if you think you can rely on your innate gift to defeat all the second generations, then your end will only be the second generation. Lin Ling stared ahead and slowly opened his mouth. The two Danshians in his body were currently fusing together. Can you only say such words to show off? Let me tell you, no one has ever walked out of my darkness. Laughter once again floated out. Genji only had disdain for Lin Ling. In truth, Lin Ling also knew how fierce Genji's innate gift was. Thus, he didn't erupt with the space-time flames, but instead planned to use brute force to break through the darkness. His current strength was invincible in the half-step true immortal realm. He didn't believe that a mere Genji would be able to stop him. The sword in his hand began to burn. Since the start of the Pride Tournament, he had been slowly erupting with his strength. This wasn't because he wanted to hide his strength, but because there was no opponent that could make him erupt with greater strength. Now, Genji barely had the qualifications. The two Danshians were wildly fusing together. One was at the 9th stage of the World King realm, the other was at the 8th stage of the World King realm. After fusing together, their strength had already entered the ranks of the true immortal realm. Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, becoming sharper and sharper. Unfortunately, Genji didn't sense it at all. Even those outside of the martial stage didn't know this. They shook their heads and sighed. There were also people cursing Lin Ling for not knowing what was good for him. As for the powerhouses of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, they all looked at the darkness of the martial stage with dignified expressions. In the World King realm, no one had ever been able to walk out of the darkness. Lin Ling was no exception. Darkness was the symbol of invincibility. Vice Principal Gong, in my opinion, this Lin Ling needs to be crippled. He has openly disobeyed your orders. Someone said as they looked at the Lotus stage. Everyone's complexion changed. How ruthless. They discovered that the one speaking was Xia Ren. The hunchbacked old man said with a dignified expression. But, his eyes shined with a sinister light. He clearly wanted to use this chance to eradicate Lin Ling. Hearing this, Vice Principal Gong fell silent. To be honest, he thought highly of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had rejected him in front of everyone this time, and he couldn't put down his pride. A vice principal couldn't even command a genius of the academy. How could he continue to be a vice principal? But to cripple Lin Ling? He definitely wouldn't agree to this in his heart. Let alone crippling Lin Ling, even if Lin Ling wanted to leave Azure Province, he still wouldn't agree. This was also the reason why he was disappointed. Lin Ling was bound to lose. After losing, he would have to leave Resplendent Academy. This was something he didn't want to see. This made things even more difficult for him. Lin Ling didn't retreat in the face of a strong opponent. How can we cripple him? Don't tell me that our resplendent academy is filled with people who admit defeat in the face of a strong opponent? At this moment someone supported Lin Ling. It was Ancestor Longpa. He, a fellow who doesn't even put the vice principal in his eyes. How capable can he be? In my opinion he will only exhaust Genji's strength. In the end, he will still kneel in the darkness. Xiaoren said sinisterly. What if Lin Ling doesn't kneel in the darkness? Master Xiaoren, don't tell me you will kneel in front of everyone? Ancestor Longpa said coldly. So what if I do? If Lin Ling kneels in the darkness, won't you, Ancestor Longpa, kneel in front of us too? Xiaoren immediately retorted. However, Ancestor Longpa didn't hesitate and nodded. Don't talk about kneeling. Even if he kneels, giving you 3 slaps won't be a problem. She knew that it would be difficult for Lin Ling to defeat Genji. However, she also knew that even if Lin Ling lost, he wouldn't kneel. Lin Ling had a backbone. Alright, Vice Principal Gong will bear witness to this. The wrinkles on Xiaoren's face trembled. His smile became even more sinister. He seemed to know that Vice Principal Gong wouldn't cripple Lin Ling, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. However, he knew that if Lin Ling lost, the infamy he would bear would be heavy. Chapter 2578. Walking out of the darkness. No one has ever been able to walk out of Genji's darkness talent. At the critical moment, Xiaoren's words were like adding oil to the fire. That's right. Facing Genji's invincible talent, Lin Ling had no chance of succeeding, unless there was a miracle. However, why did Lin Ling still have to bite the bullet? Was he toying with him? No miracle can be born. It was unknown who shouted this sentence, but it caused the resentment of the resplendent academy to surge to the heavens. Yu and the others clenched their fists. They never thought that Lin Ling, who had won such an honor, would be cursed like this today. But at this moment a change finally occurred. No one had ever walked out from the darkness, but Lin Ling of the past could. Today's Lin Ling can still do it. The darkness suddenly surged like a tide, causing the surrounding sounds to disappear instantly. What happened? Look at the darkness. Someone exclaimed. Of course, he didn't need to say anything because many people had seen it. Suddenly, an incredulous thought rose in their minds. Could it be that Lin Ling was about to charge out of the darkness? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. One had to know that within the 3 academies in terms of talent control, if Genji claimed to be number 1, no one would dare claim to be number 2. Other than the 2 strongest second generations, no one else had the confidence to rush out from the darkness, not even 10%. Whoosh. At this moment, sword light flashed as if lightning was leaping in the darkness. That sword was blinding. The darkness that was even more stable than the void was forcibly sliced apart at this moment. It was so terrifying. Rumble. Next, a figure rolled out of the darkness like a rolling gourd. It felt as if someone had kicked him out. When the figure fell off the stage, everyone saw that it was Genji. Boom. This scene was as shocking as the heavens themselves. But before they could recover from their shock, a young man in a blue and white robe slowly walked out from the rolling darkness with a sword in his hand. He was like a storm that was about to sweep through the world under the calm night sky. His sword was still huge, but it was telling everyone. No one could walk out of the darkness? Now there was. It was the Dark Horse King Lin Ling. Looking at the youth who was like a sword god, all the experts on the Lotus platform stood up. Around the martial arts platform, those martial artists who were sitting cross-legged also stood up at this moment. Their mouths were wide open. Had a miracle really happened? Impossible. Genji's talent is invincible within the World King realm. His sword heart cannot be broken, and his martial arts are also difficult to break, unless he is at the true divinity realm. Vice President Gong said solemnly. He stared at Lin Ling in disbelief as if he wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. Everyone's hearts rumbled like thunder. They couldn't understand what was going on. You broke my darkness. On the stage, Genji crawled up from the ground, pointing at Lin Ling and exclaiming. His talent in darkness had always been successful, yet he had failed today? He couldn't believe the result in front of him. This isn't the first time. Unfortunately, Lin Ling slowly raised his sword and said indifferently. These words made many people suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that Lin Ling had also broken Genji's talent? When this fellow fought Si Xuanmei, did he still hide a hidden card? Lin Ling, I want you to lose. Hearing this, Genji's face turned red and blue. This should be his moment of glory. He wanted Lin Ling to be cleanly defeated and then prove that he was the strongest second generation of Resplendent Academy. He wanted everyone to know that their expectations of him were correct. However, he didn't win cleanly. Instead, he disappointed everyone. It was as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face by Lin Ling. Of course it wasn't just him. Those who supported Genji were also ruthlessly slapped in the face. Even Vice Principal Gong was the same. Was this the Lin Ling that he wanted to abandon? Darkness return. Genji roared. The darkness on the martial arts platform was like a tide, swallowed up by him. You broke my talent, but don't think you've won. I can only say that you are stronger than I imagined. Now that my boundary has risen, I have already surpassed the World King realm. That is a boundary that you need to look up to. After darkness return, Genji's strength climbed higher and higher. His world essence was terrifying. This result caused the people who were previously shocked to become energized at this moment. That's right. Genji's strength wasn't his talent, he had other powerful methods. Defeat him. Many people felt like they had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling, thus they roared out in anger. Even Vice Principal Gong subconsciously clenched his fists. Although he valued Lin Ling's counterattack made him lose even more face. Thus he wanted Genji to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Genji was originally at the peak of the World King realm, but now he's 2 realms higher. Someone immediately shouted out. It could be said that even if Genji didn't use his talent, just the power of his world essence was enough to crush all the other second generations. Lin Ling, didn't you say you wouldn't admit defeat? Let's see if you'll still admit defeat. Genji, beat him until he admits defeat. Beat him until he kneels down and admits defeat. Do your best. Within Resplendent Academy, many geniuses roared out. As you wish. Genji's voice became low and deep, like a dark lion roaring. His long hair became like a sea urchin, a ghastly sight. With a single step, the entire martial stage cracked open. It was terrifying. A strength that surpassed the World King realm by 2 realms, this was absolutely a half-step true immortal. This was the strongest strength that had erupted since the Pride Tournament began. Even the other first generations in the distance had dignified expressions. This was a second generation? This was clearly a powerful generation, alright? Bang. Genji shot towards Lin Ling like a cannonball. With one hand behind his back, he punched out, seeming overbearing and confident. Following his terrifying punch, a dark lion appeared in front of Lin Ling. Its giant claws ruthlessly swept out, causing darkness to sweep through the martial stage like an astral wind. Still not enough. Increase my strength by 3 realms. Another roar came out from Genji's mouth. He punched out again. Another dark lion appeared, shocking the world. This dark lion was clearly even more terrifying. This was because it surpassed the World King realm by 3 boundaries. Genji can surpass 4 realms. Someone said in a dignified voice. This was because they had seen the most terrifying Genji before. And this was indeed the case. Genji's world essence strength climbed higher and higher, gradually surpassing the World King realm by 4 realms. He punched out with both fists, causing a storm of darkness to appear. 3 lions appeared in 3 different directions around Lin Ling, their claws ruthlessly sweeping out. 3 different directions, this sealed off all of Lin Ling's escape routes. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling could win. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Bang. In the end, the strength of all the lions gathered and exploded. Bang bang bang. The terrifying strength caused the martial stage to explode into small islands. This was the second martial stage to be destroyed after Lin Ling. Chapter 2579. Lin Ling in the midst of eruption. Terrifying, worthy of being the strongest second generation of Resplendent Academy. A half-step true god expert said with a pale face. Facing such a terrifying power, even they could only swallow their hatred in the underworld. Lin Ling, you deserve it, now you know how strong senior brother Genji is. Damn. Damn Lin Ling, he obviously can't win against Genji, but he forced him to erupt with such power. This is a waste of Genji's energy. Damn. Senior brother Genji is noble, Lin Ling is lowly. Damn. At this point, no one thought that Lin Ling could win. Genji landed on a broken martial stage, his breathing was a bit rushed, he had erupted with 90% of his strength. Although it was a waste of his strength, he was very satisfied, at least he let everyone know that he, Genji, was the strongest. He opened his arms, looking up at the sky. Coming out of my darkness, Lin Ling, you are the first, but under my full strength, no one can win against me, not even in the World King realm. Miracles are not so easy to give birth to. His voice was filled with strong confidence, but it was also filled with confidence as if he was proud. However, just as his voice fell, a cold voice sounded out. I'm sorry, miracles are not so hard to give birth to. The voice was calm, but it was like thunder, striking deep into everyone's heart. Everyone looked over only to see Lin Ling holding his sword, blocking in front of him. That sword had actually blocked all of Genji's Dark Lion's attacks. He was like an undefeatable god of war with a single sword. He had actually blocked the attacks of a 4th-level world king. At this moment, Genji's pupils shrank. How could this be? This was absolutely impossible. He was someone who could defeat 80% of a half-step true god. How could Lin Ling be so hard to deal with? You're only SOSO. At the same time, Lin Ling drew his sword. His sword slashed out, a power even greater than Genji's erupted. The sword light was like water. The power that Genji had unleashed before was cut apart like tofu. Lin Ling was completely unscathed as he calmly walked out from the dancing power. His long hair, his blue robe, his sword, it was a shocking sight. The shock this time was even more terrifying than before. How can you still not be defeated? Genji stared deadly at Lin Ling. He had already unleashed such power, but Lin Ling was still unharmed? He roared angrily, finally erupting with all his strength. A strength that surpassed the World King realm by 5 boundaries. His speed also increased, almost reaching the speed of 2 realms. A streak of darkness shot towards Lin Ling. The space immediately exploded, destroying everything in its path. A fist shot through the sky. It didn't contain any martial arts, it was just a tremendous amount of world essence energy, ruthlessly suppressing Lin Ling. Seeing this, countless people held their breaths. They clenched their fists, their palms covered in sweat. Was there still a miracle? There shouldn't be any this time. However, the answer was that there was. Because the current Lin Ling was the Lin Ling who was in the midst of his eruption. The erupting Lin Ling was so terrifying that it could even alarm the great Azure God dynasty. Bang! Lin Ling sheathed his sword and also punched out, but his world essence energy was even greater than Genji's. Bang bang bang. The two people's fists collided. Layers upon layers of dimensional storms swept out. Many people were sent sitting on the ground. However, their eyes were still staring straight ahead. Defeated 80% of half-step true gods? Lin Ling maintained his punching posture, but his mouth had a cold smile. Looking at Genji, his face was pale. After facing Lin Ling, he finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. His punch seemed to have landed on a mountain. There was no reaction at all. Instead, Lin Ling gave him a strong pressure. I'm sorry, I'm invincible among half-step true gods. Bang! Lin Ling's world essence exploded, it was earth-shattering, and Genji was unable to block that punch. His body flew back. Lin Ling took a step, the stage beneath his feet crumbled into dust. He chased after Genji. Genji, Resplendent Academy's 2nd generation number 1, not bad to be able to force me to use my full strength, it's an honor for you to lose. Everyone around the stage could hear Lin Ling's tyrannical voice. Their hearts trembled. This was the erupting Lin Ling? How terrifying. Lin Ling defeated Si Xuanmei. He really did not use his full strength. Bang bang bang. Under Lin Ling's tyrannical voice, Genji was like a sandbag. He was beaten from the sky to the ground, then from the ground to the sky. The entire 3-ring city was shaken. As for the faraway 2nd ring city, the martial artists were shocked. They were extremely excited. Finally, they saw a battle that was beyond their imagination. These geniuses were truly terrifying. Of course, it was not just 2nd ring city. The entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty was watching this battle. Countless powerhouses had solemn expressions. A 9th stage world king, it was unknown if he relied on his cultivation method or talent to erupt with such strength. Was this invincible among half-step true gods? At the same time, Lin Ling had created a miracle. He was the genius who had jumped realms to fight, the genius who had jumped realms the most. I admit defeat. After an unknown amount of time, a pained voice floated down from the sky. The faces of countless people froze. On a broken stage, Genji was kneeling there, his face bruised and swollen. In front of him stood a handsome youth looking down at him. The entire process was calm and collected. Who was stronger and who was weaker from the current situation, it could be clearly seen. Admit defeat. These 2 words were clearly imprinted in the hearts of every Resplendent Academy's 2nd generation. It was like a resounding slap to their faces, leaving them speechless. Even Vice Principal Gong's face was red from the slap. He wanted Lin Ling to admit defeat for the sake of Resplendent Academy's honor. But now, Lin Ling had told him just who was the strongest 2nd generation of Resplendent Academy. Just who should admit defeat? I'm old. Vice Principal Gong muttered to himself. At this time, towards Lin Ling, he only felt a deep sense of guilt. He didn't even dare to look up at Lin Ling. This youth who had fought so resolutely because he didn't want to admit defeat was now proud and powerful in his heart. I was wrong. Vice Principal Gong was the first to speak out. Then, in front of countless people, he knelt down towards Lin Ling. This? The crowd cried out in alarm. As the vice principal, his strength was monstrous. With just a move of his leg he could shake the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty. But now, in order to admit his mistake, he actually knelt down on one knee? No one knew of Vice Principal Gong's painstaking efforts. When he wanted Lin Ling to admit defeat, it wasn't because of Lin Ling, but because of Resplendent Academy. Therefore, if he didn't admit his mistake now, their Resplendent Academy might lose a powerful genius. If this genius were to leave, it would be a loss for Resplendent Academy. The other two academies would definitely be more than happy to snatch this genius away. Those who misjudged Lin Ling before apologize now. There was also a senior who shouted loudly. After saying that, he took the lead and knelt down on one knee to apologize to Lin Ling. The entire Resplendent Academy was silent, but soon, a large number of geniuses also knelt down on one knee. Sorry, we were wrong. Although they had scolded Lin Ling before, it was for the sake of Resplendent Academy. They didn't want to lose face in front of the other two academies, so they wanted Gung to enter the finals and win glory for them. Chapter 2580. Meng Lu vs Tian Kuang, the Battle of the Spotlight. Following that, a large number of youths knelt down. The scene was spectacular. Brother Ling. When she saw this scene, even Yu Yu became emotional. Lin Ling had once again done something that would cause one to be deeply moved. This moment belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, stared at the crowd emotionlessly. Without a word, he left the battle stage. Previously, he did have some resentment in his heart. However, Vice President Gong had personally knelt down to apologize. This made his anger disappear. After all, Vice President Gong was a prominent figure. Since he was willing to put down his pride and admit his mistake, how could Lin Ling be calculative? Moreover, Lin Ling was not that kind of person. As for Genji, he was still kneeling on the stage. His face was pale and filled with panic. Through the previous battle, he knew that Lin Ling's strength was definitely 6 realms above the World King realm. He could not help but think of the previous battle. Could it be that Lin Ling had defeated him at that time? Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed bitterly. He had willingly given up his position as the second generation's strongest. He even had a feeling that Lin Ling had already stepped into the first generation. Moreover, the first generation was not Lin Ling's limit. Even the Great Azure God Dynasty was not Lin Ling's limit. Losing to such an opponent, what was there to be unsatisfied about? Ironically, such a strong opponent had actually admitted defeat for him and allowed him to enter the finals? At this moment he felt that he had lost face. At this moment the entire shattered stage was still silent. The people from the other two academies looked at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. Many ancient martial artists looked at Lin Ling with serious expressions. They thought of how Lin Ling had risen step by step from the 200,000 second-generation geniuses to the finals. All of this was like a dream. Moreover, in terms of cultivation time, Lin Ling was actually the #1 genius of the Pride Tournament. This was because his growth time was the shortest. Xiaoren, why aren't you kneeling? At this time, a sneer suddenly sounded. It was Ancestor Dragon Granny. At this moment, she was more excited than anyone else. She and that damned old man Xiaoren had a grudge for many years. She had always been unable to find a way to make the latter suffer. But now, thanks to Lin Ling, she had a way. Therefore, she rubbed her hands and walked out with a sneer. Ancestor Dragon Granny, what are you doing? Seeing Ancestor Dragon Granny's smiling face, Xiaoren's face turned pale. He looked at Ancestor Dragon Granny with a look of panic. Earlier, many people from the Resplendent Academy had knelt down to apologize, but Xiaoren hadn't. But now, did he want to escape this calamity? Everyone can see the promise you made earlier. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word. Ancestor Dragon Granny smiled sinisterly, causing many experts to smile and look at Xiaoren. You're ruthless. Xiaoren also knew that with so many experts present, he had no choice but to kneel. Hence, he knelt down without hesitation. Ancestor Dragon Granny arrived in front of him, blew on her palm and viciously slapped him. The crisp sound of the slap seemed to land in Xiaoren's heart, causing his old face to turn red. He was an exceptional talent in the past and he was also a boundary master. He was highly respected, but now he was slapped in the face in front of countless eyes. What a stinky face. Your old face is thicker than a city wall. My hand actually hurts from slapping you. What made him explode was that Ancestor Dragon Granny had slapped his face and actually despised his old face for having too many wrinkles and thick skin. Then, he saw Ancestor Dragon Granny take off her shoe, which made him subconsciously ask, "What are you doing?" I like to slap with my shoe. Ancestor Dragon Granny used her actions to answer him. But using a shoe to slap his face was indeed much more refreshing. Xia Ren's eyes were red. The reputation he had built for his entire life had been thrown away. Ah! The crowd roared with laughter. Being slapped in the face by the sole of a shoe, Xia Ren didn't need to show his face in the great Azure Divine Dynasty anymore. Perhaps tomorrow when others met him, they would ask him if it felt good to be slapped in the face by a shoe. Papa. After 3 consecutive slaps, Ancestor Dragon Granny's heart was carefree, incomparably carefree. There was nothing more satisfying than using a shoe to slap your opponent's face in public. She didn't expect that Lin Ling would actually accomplish what she had dreamed of her entire life. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. They never expected that Lin Ling would enter the finals. In their hearts, Lin Ling's image had already been raised infinitely. Especially the other 2 vice presidents, their faces were the most solemn. Was he invincible among half-step true gods? It was hard to estimate who would be the winner of this world's #1. Thinking of this, they immediately felt a huge pressure. Vice President Gong, who was at the side, immediately felt refreshed after apologizing. Lin Ling entering the finals was clearly better than Genji. Their academy's chances of winning first place had greatly increased. What's wrong, my 2 old friends? I can see that the sweat on your foreheads is bigger than soybeans. There's really no need to panic. The finals haven't started yet, so it's hard to say. However, our resplendent academy's luck is really bad. The strong geniuses have all been eliminated, leaving Lin Ling behind in the end. However, his strength has exceeded my expectations. You guys were right to remind me to leave one person behind between Genji and Lin Ling. Although I made the wrong choice, if I didn't, how would I be able to see the explosive Lin Ling? Ah! Vice President Gong couldn't help but laugh. The other 2 vice presidents' faces were gloomy, unable to find words to refute. After all, they only knew a little about Meng Lu and Tian Kuang's strength, so they were lacking in confidence. The semi-finals would soon be Meng Lu and Tian Kuang's battle. This was a battle that would be the focus of attention. These 2 were the most famous among the 2nd generation, and their strength had always been a mystery. Now that the 2 strongest were facing off, it seemed like they couldn't hide their strength anymore. Even Lin Ling was looking at the 2 indifferently. Since the start of the Pride tournament, the only person he was wary of was Meng Lu. Moreover, Meng Lu's appearance was also beyond his expectations. Perhaps he was Lin Ling's strongest opponent after coming to the martial god realm. Therefore he also wanted to see how strong Meng Lu was. Lin Ling, who will win between the 2 of them? Other than Lin Ling, no one knew who was stronger, so Xianxia asked curiously. The one facing me in the finals will undoubtedly be Meng Lu. Lin Ling said directly. Is he really that strong? Xianxia and the others were surprised, but like Lin Ling they were looking forward to the battle even more. Under everyone's gaze, 2 figures appeared on the stage. One of them had long hair like a blade, giving off a tyrannical aura. He was tall and sturdy and his hands were also extremely long. It was Tian Kuang. I think that in this Pride tournament the 2 of us are the strongest. Tian Kuang was the first to speak. His tone was calm but it was domineering. Previously he had seen Lin Ling's strength with his own eyes, but he wasn't afraid at all. This made people wonder if Tian Kuang was stronger than Lin Ling.